Hey y'all, I'm AdaKay, and I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I hope you are fabulous on this Halloween morning. Well, we are going to verdict watch. I know everybody's already there. It's okay. Nothing's happening. I had to take care of some things this morning. So I did. And here we are. Good morning. Hello, Britt. How are you doing this fabulous morning? Y'all didn't see it yesterday? And I'm so torn. Because I love it so freaking much. I don't know if I'm going to give it away. I might. We'll see what mood I'm in. But this is the official Halloween tumbler from Starbucks. We have this does glow in the dark. It has a little flex in it. This one and this one glows in the dark. So these are the three, and one of which, for sure, two of which will be given away. Oh, I don't know. If I might take a little lunch break and go and see if they have another one. Shh. Okay, guys. Here's the deal. I got to figure out something for us to watch while we were all waiting for this. And then I have homework I have got to get done. I've done none of it. Absolutely none of it. So I got to get done. And by the way, I'm ecstatic. My professors, and then, all right, one of my professors I had last class, I'm good with him. The professor for the new one is strict, man. And I got 100% on my assignment. So right now, out of my quiz and everything, I have 100. So, yep, I am ecstatic. I woke up, there was a grade posted. I have 100% in his class. So, anyway, I haven't even had my coffee yet. I haven't had coffee. So, we're going to find something to watch. Yes, we is. Has anybody been watching the Chandler Halderson case, Betrayed by Blood? Has anybody been watching that? Or we can do this. I know I love her. I absolutely love her. We can do this. We'll put her on for now. And I will have the other up.
Made a mistake and your freedom is at stake. The time to get upset about it is.
Ooh, doggy. She is in a mood. Let's see where we are with her. Okay. We'll get going on the first one. She's in a mood this morning.
37.
Coffee time.
All right, sir, I'm printing out the file. Okay, I'll put it up there for you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No problem, sir. Yes, sir, I can help you.
Can I, you're the person I need to see to find out his credit?
Yes, sir. You have the case number?
I do. DC 2024 CR 0150.
01.
What is she doing?
Ms. Abrams, are you ready with her?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Chelsea, come down.
It's a different purse every day. Every day, different purse. Everybody's always betting on which purse she's going to have next. That and she always has flowers. So what?
Hello. Hi. All right, so we think we may have found an avenue to have you placed with housing. All right, so it's just taking us a little bit of time. And remember, you were here on a motion to revoke, so you could be going to prison, okay? So we're trying to work with you so that you can end up being successful in this probation and not go to prison, you understand?
Yes.
So, Ms. Abrams, if we bring her back on November 7th, you think we may have some information, or should I put it for the 12th? Because I know we have elections coming up on the 5th.
Okay. Purposely no makeup because it's Halloween and we're going to be doing some Halloween makeup.
Well, and if I get an answer before then, I'll ask.
But I won't put lip.
All right, so we're going to recall you for the 12th. That's a Tuesday. However, if we find placement for you before then, what will end up happening, you'll be brought back before then, and I'm going to give you instructions, okay? All right, you have any questions?
Problem, sir.
All right, and do not, here's my advice for you. Do not bring any more men in your life until you have yourself together, who you want to be, and you can survive on your own without help from another person. You understand? All right, thank you.
Oh, that ain't going to happen. How many of us think that's going to happen? That ain't going to happen, boo-boo. Honey, boo-boo, she's going to get her a booty call within 5 minutes of getting out of jail. It ain't happening. Are you kidding me? Your Honor, nice try. But that ain't going to happen, and you know it. Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Deputy Laura, today, when I woke up, you know what they had? Cucumber water. I'm like, oh, it's the little things.
I love cucumber water. I don't like a
Yes,
lot of
sir.
flavored water.
You're on a
I
status
love
hearing
cucumber water.
conference for Elisa Hernandez. File up there, please.
Lisa Hernandez.
What a Lisa.
Why are we having?
All right, and Mr. Parker, if you can talk
Raymond
to Jason, I do believe that case has been taken care of, the one that was the mistrial. But if you can talk to him and let's make sure, if not, let's get that taken care of today.
I will do that.
All right, thank
Hey.
you.
Happy Halloween.
Oh, happy Halloween. It's not gonna be frightful though.
No, that's a treat.
Okay.
I love her. Absolutely love Judge Brown. Love her. Good morning. We do have the verdict going at the same time. Or we're watching this until something happens. I have the sound on, so we'll hear it and then I'll pop on over. So, hello, it's Britt, since you're the only one in comments right now. I
1 second, sir.
Sure.
What's that case number?
Ooh, 2024 CR
but I need some makeup ideas for
2852
tonight's party.
Elisa Hernandez.
All right.
I am going to take a break. I got to go get snacks and stuff for the party. We having a Halloween party up in here. Hi, Kristen. Oh, for a few, but I'm so blessed you came in. I really am. No makeup because I'm getting ready to do Halloween makeup later. But I've got to get my homework
Tell
done.
my partner run out the file right now, sir. Okay.
Sure.
It's due tomorrow
Just
night.
put it up there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, I'm not sure. What is the status date, but I want to see a court date for them too.
It feels good to be here. It really does this morning.
Jason Anthony Andrade.
It feels really good to be here. Really, really good.
Okay.
All right, you didn't show up for court. Why not?
Do while we're
I just wasn't aware I was supposed to be at court until the day of.
we're gonna go back over in
All
a
right, so
minute.
here's the thing. If don't show up again, if you're late again, a warrant may be issued for your arrest and I may not recall it. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. If I was aware, ma'am, I would have showed up. I'm sorry about that.
All right. I thank you for dressing appropriately for court. Criminal Trial Division,
Appreciate her
do
notice.
y'all have any objection to recalling this warrant? He said he was unaware he had court yesterday. And so he's here today.
Actually, it was Tuesday.
I'm sorry,
It was Tuesday.
Tuesday. So the court issued a warrant for his arrest. Any objection to the court recalling the warrant?
I had changed my number with them, so it was just, I never got an email, I never got a text message until the day yet, the day of the court date. Previously. Doesn't work for
All right, thank you. So counsel, he was on a commercial bond. So we are going to have him sit in the box. If you'll call his bondsman and see if they have any objection to the court reinstating the bond. Otherwise, I'll recall the warrant, but his bond will be the previous bond amount and he'll have to make bond. So if you'll have a seat in the box and he's going to call your bonds.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Thank you. State to me, be excused.
She, what I love about her so much is that she can be tough, but she's very polite about it. Good morning, Miss Morales. Happy Halloween.
Okay, well, that's why I came to, Alabama told me to come because they made a mistake and put the warrant out for the wrong person. Alabama.
I had to put in handcuffs until it's clean.
All right. Yes, ma'am. But you can get called Alabama right now.
Yeah, you give me just a second, because let me check.
Okay.
Everybody else, and I will check in just a second. I won't forget about it.
We're gonna set it for hearing.
Are y'all having a fabulous day so far? My voice sounds very bassy today. I apologize. Then again, it's kind of cool. Kind of liking it, Kind of like it. Interesting. That
Judge, do you handle motions to quash or do you send them out?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
so. Are y'all going to be doing anything for Halloween, either by yourself, with your family, with your grandkids? What are y'all's plans for Halloween? Me, I'm here with you. I's here with you, babe.
No, I don't think so.
But I need that.
It's
The Douglas Stevens that you were asking me about, of course, I don't have to file Douglas Stevens, the case I was telling, but he said that I have a case number or anything, but I don't. I mean, I didn't bring the file with me.
Oh, sure. Jason, you come up for a moment?
I think I figured out how to do something cool. We'll see. We'll see. I'm working on some. They have a break. I'm doing something in Canva. I'm not doing anything too spooky. Just something fun for Halloween. This one, upload images. I bet that's gonna be trying to do something real quick in Canva. I should have done it yesterday, but my brain wasn't working. There it is. We're going to do that. And all of that's going to go delete. This is going to here. I just thought I'd do something simple, nothing fancy. Just something kind of cute. Text box. Halloween. Element. Halloween. So, well, let me get this back over here. I don't know what happened, but we'll go back over to the verdict watch. I guess they took a little break. Let me switch over. Hello, everybody. We're here. We're here. Let's see if I can find something. Halloween. Something that says Halloween, you know? There we go. Kind of like that one. Put that down in the corner. Over here. Thank you very much. Yeah, y'all. Oh, I'm sorry you're sick, beloved. I am so sorry, Kathleen. Well, I don't get better. We are going to be doing a Halloween party in a little bit tonight for sure. I will be doing some makeup. We will be watching some YouTube stuff that's Halloweeny. We will be having fun. Oh, that coffee is hot. Burnt my finger. Felt like I did anyway. Page. Yes, I know. Oh, well, hey, appreciate you. I really do.
On Rodney Patterson, please.
Let's see if my little thing worked. Let's see if it worked. I can get rid of that.
All right, who's the attorney for Rodney Patterson? Ms. Cruz? And Mr. Patterson, if you can show your video, please.
Let me work on it. I got something I got to do.
All right. Okay. All right, Mr. Patterson, if you can unmute. Oh, she's on Zoom.
Okay, she'll call you up in just a few minutes.
Okay, we have to have. Oh, thanks.
Judge, can you see me?
No, I can't see you, but that's okay. I know who you are because I saw part of your video. Here's where we left off, Mr. Patterson. We were trying to make the determination whether or not you wanted a jury trial or did you want to enter into an agreement. Mr. Martinez? See, everybody's moving around like it truly is Halloween, which it is. All right, Mr. Patterson,
Yes, ma'am.
do you want a jury trial?
Yes, ma'am, please. Ma'am.
All right. Ms. Ferguson, this is an evading, so jury trial probably 2-3 days.
Evading in a vehicle or evading second?
Evading in a vehicle. Days.
Whoa, evading.
All right, your jury trial is going to be November 12th.
Right.
You need to appear in person in court.
Yes, ma'am.
And your plea deadline date has expired, so the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements with not good cause. Otherwise, you'll have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I sure do.
All right, you're excused. Be safe. Keep your hard hat on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Judge.
All right.
He has to wear a hard hat. I remember him.
Yes, state your excuse. Raymond, do you have anything else with us? All righty, he is frozen.
Oh, poor guy. Let it go. I'm sorry. I
Here's this
hate
one.
that song.
Judge?
You're welcome.
I'm working on something. Y'all give me a minute. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I should be sharing it with you. Maybe more entertaining. We'll see.
Put her on drive.
Yes. No, he has a warrant, but his attorney is going to call the bondsman to see if the bondsman wants the bond reinstated.
We like,
I don't know, from the field, I do, we like to sit in front of, what's your name?
All right, you with the iPhone and the tan t-shirt, what's your name?
My name is Amber with Second Chance Bail Bonds for Raymond Jackson.
All right, awesome.
He's the one who's in back.
All right, they're gonna bring him out, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and Emily DeSoto.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, it's DeToto. Good morning.
Oh, DeToto. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have.
I
my
get it all the
glasses.
time.
Who are you here for?
I'm here for Shelby Rodriguez.
Shelby Rodriguez? Did you say Shelby Rodriguez?
Yes.
Is there a Shelby Rodriguez on the docket?
Shelby,
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Can I see the following Shelby Rodriguez, please?
I have a,
Shelby Rodriguez, come forward.
she should be there with her, with my co-counsel, local counsel, Amy Owens.
Amy Owen is not in the courtroom yet.
Okie dokie. Well, okay.
Why isn't she in the courtroom?
Hello. All right. So counsel, if you want to, we can wait for Amy to appear.
I
I'll note that you are, her attorney of record.
Right.
So you can stay on Zoom, or either Amy can give you a call when she arrives.
Well, I believe Amy was attached to the case. When I pulled up information, I saw her as attached.
Let me see.
But nevertheless, I would rather her be there so that Shelby has someone there with her.
Okay. All right. Thank you for addressing appropriately for court. If you'll just have a seat, and Miss Owen will be here shortly. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. And I'll just hang out on Zoom, Judge.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank
What
you,
I'll do
ma'am.
is I'll put you in a waiting room.
Oh, perfect.
And with Second Chance, I'll put you in the waiting room as well. They're bringing, oh, okay. Sir.
I have to.
All right, sir, what's your name?
2024, CR.
Could I see the following Raymond Jackson?
Yes, ma'am. 01 0935.
They told you to come in. Second check.
Oh, for Jackson? Okay.
I'm trying to create something
I got
for Halloween
All right, thank you.
with me. Morning Halloween ghoul.
John, it's turning into a crazy Halloween today.
Good morning, all my ghouls.
Now that I didn't think.
Gonna have a dang.
All right, Mr. Jackson, we're gonna see what's going on, all right?
Okay,
Thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
you're welcome now.
She's so
Always
polite.
keep your head up when you speak to people, okay?
Yes, ma'am, but really, I don't want to be on camera.
Mhm.
Well, you shouldn't have done what you did. You shouldn't have done what you did, dude.
What page is he on the docket? Ah, all right, he has a warrant. Why does he have a warrant?
But the bail bonds made a mistake.
No. I'm asking Second Chance.
Oh, he had a warrant from August. We hadn't received any payments from him since March. We had to issue a warrant in August. But he did come back and make a payment. So we've been trying to restore the bond since August 28th. We tried to restore the
Here's the thing.
bond.
Just one second. Let me explain something to you. You have to put on your listening ears. Do you not hear? It sounds like she's trying to get the warrant pulled so they can be back on your bond.
Now, that's why I raised my hands.
So here's the thing, we don't need you to raise your hand right now. Right now,
She just
she's
lied on me,
trying,
man.
here's the thing. She's trying to say she wants to be back on your bond. Do you not want her back on your bond? Because if you don't want her back on your bond, you can be taken
It's
into
big
custody.
mistake, ma'am. I understand y'all doing your
Alright,
favorite
so-
big mistake.
He can go.
All right, I can go there.
He doesn't want you back on his bond.
Okay, am I excused?
Yes, you're excused.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You're welcome.
Snap! That got a little spicy, y'all. We've been missing out. We've been missing out in this place. Rest and listen. Kathleen, I hope you start feeling better soon. Yes.
I already put your phone.
I
there,
know.
Mr. Knight.
Thank you. I understand
Yeah.
that guy.
I agree. 100%.
Happy Halloween. Jen.
Happy Halloween.
Maybe it was a trick.
Yeah.
Oh.
See, that's what's going on.
Should have chose the treat instead of the tricks.
Oh,
And you know what? It's like,
funny.
even if somebody made a mistake and your freedom is at stake, the time to get upset about it is after it's corrected, because it sounded as though they wanted to get back on his bond.
Yeah.
And I was
So
like,
sometimes you tell the client, this is a hyphen situation. They go, what? Shut up.
I'm like, okay.
I
Go ahead, John.
All right, yes, but
agree with that. Shut.
I contacted the bail bondsman.
Mhm.
Only the owner can make the decision.
okay,
The owner is out until at least 11. They're trying to get a hold of her,
okay,
have her text me, so I'll just sit here and
okay,
see if I
awesome.
get a response.
Yes, because I can't reinstate bonds.
I understand.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
It's like, shut that mouth. Thank you, ma'am. The ghoul came in. Hi, Paulette. How are you? We are watching for the verdict. I do have it in the background. But instead of staring at a symbol, I thought we could walk
Domatillo,
between
Aranus.
The interpreter's here, Judge. I'm sorry, I'm wrong.
All right, whenever you all are ready to come up, just come up.
some Halloween drama.
They're ready.
We need some Halloween.
All right, is this criminal trial division or family violence?
Family violence, Judge.
Family violence.
Yes, Judge.
This is Domatillo, Montejo, Aranus.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Did you confer with the state?
We did, Your Honor.
So everyone, please whisper.
Yeah.
All right, where are we on
Yeah.
discovery?
We have everything that we need, Judge, to move forward.
State, were you able to tender an offer? And sir, how old are you?
55 years old.
All right, Norma,
Yes, ma'am.
recall this for November 14th for a plea deadline date.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I think we may have been able to take care of this before that, if
Oh,
possible.
when do you want it brought back?
Probably sometime next week, if I could just get my calendar, because all I need is a video letter for him, for his immigration attorney, Christine Brown. He is willing to take that offer.
All right, so the dates, I can tell you the dates we have open for the next week are the 5th.
Number 40.
I'm sorry, yes, you're right, correct. The 4th. My calendar is all messed up. The 4th and the 7th.
Okay, I think we can potentially do the 4th, Judge. Not a
All
problem.
right, so we'll recall you for November 4th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, it's all right.
All right, thank you. Thank you for coming down.
My pleasure, Judge.
Do you need me to sign anything?
Yes, but I haven't filled it out yet.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Judge.
I'll fill it out. No
Thank
problem.
you, thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Yeah, his ghoul came out, that's for sure. He could have been out celebrating Halloween tonight. All right, I'm getting a call. I'll be muted for just a moment, though.
Thank you, Judge.
No, well, the warrant is gonna be lifted. We're just waiting to see if the bondsman wants to get back on his bond or not. So I'm not reinstating the bond yet.
Oh, no, it was Deputy Nebraska.
Oh, counsel, if you have his full name, we should be able to find it on Odyssey.
It's either Stephen Douglas or Douglas Stevens. I think it's Douglas Stevens. That's what it said, or I think I remember. I think Stephen Douglas was the debater.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that wasn't it.
All right, who is here on John Robeson?
He's present with count, Judge.
Yes. All right, where are we on the blood discovery?
We do not, I checked today, we don't have it. You signed it on the first, I think. That's what our record shows. And then I went by the window, it's not there.
State, do you have an update on this blood discovery? All right, if you'll just wait, when the attorney comes back, we'll take it up.
Judge, there's another issue, and that is we need to reset for a hearing on the motion to quash.
Okay.
And this is a jurisdictional challenge, so
All right,
we want to have a hearing on it.
all right, I appreciate that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait for Tony to come down to see where the blood discovery is, and then I'll give you a hearing date for any motions you want heard.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Who's here on Elisa Hernandez? All
It's a
right,
status hearing. She pled 3 weeks ago.
okay,
Status hearing. I conferred with the CLO. She's up to date on what's going on. They did a tap. She is qualified for DDRF, but there's some other testing that has to go on, and there's not scheduled till November 26th.
all right,
And she's in custody still.
all right, has she been brought out?
She's not here.
Ah. All right, let's put her on the docket then, because I don't like people at the jail and not. I know you'll tell her, but sometimes they want to come to court. All right, Norma. On Elisa Hernandez. Counsel, are you available for November 4th?
Let me see. That's Monday. Yeah, I'll be in the courthouse. Yeah. Monday's fine.
All right, Norma, if you'll recall her for November 4th. Vashawn, if we call Elisa Hernandez for November 4th, they say she has more testing to do. Is that going to interfere with her ability to have testing?
That is for her to go through the steps with Tacoma. She was approved through the first phase for DDRF.
Mhm.
The next step is Center for Healthcare Services meeting. They have that scheduled for 11/26.
Okay, all right, so then let's bring her over, Norma, for November 4th, just so that she'll know we haven't forgotten about her.
Okay.
All right,
And I gave that, we got the information in the case number for Mr.
okay, awesome. Well, we'll take care of it today.
So, I gave it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, I just have two motions to substitute counsel. I want attorney and our firm.
Those are soft dockets or?
Espinosa is off docket. He's coming up on Monday, I believe, and Eric Reyes is here today on docket. Yes, sir.
Okay, 1 second, I can get the file right.
No worries, you take your time, sir. Good morning, Judge.
Morning.
Judge, for those PSIs, do you want the cases that are gonna be TIC'd as well?
Yes.
Should be all of them.
All right, thank you. All right, Shelby Rodriguez, they're not ready yet.
Okay, I'll hold on to it for now.
Tony, Are you ready to proceed on Harold Robinson, John Harold Robinson? There's just an issue about the update on discovery. All right, the attorney on Robinson. Sharman?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm just waiting for the file thing right now here, but I'll put them up there.
All right, he stepped out of the courtroom.
What is it?
Ashley Medina? The attorney for Ashley Medina? Ashley.
Oh, sorry.
Who's your client? Yes. All right, Ashley Nicole Medina? Hello, so what is going on here? Discovery?
Judge, I'm gonna be asking the court to sign a standing blood order.
Okay.
And I don't have one.
All right, State, do you have a standing blood order in your system that you can print off for defense? All right, so they'll print it off, I'll sign it. And then, so this was blood test, I'm assuming?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Norma, give me a December date for this. That's how long it's probably gonna take, if they don't already have it. If they do already have all of the blood information, then we'll bring you back before this date in December, okay?
The 16th of November.
All right, we'll be back on December 16th.
Okay, Judge.
All right, and counsel, you just remain in court to see if they can download that for you.
Okay, Judge.
All right, any questions,
Yes.
Miss Medina?
No.
Do you have any questions? All right, thank you.
I asked for your prosecutors back on Robertson's.
Deputy Lord, what page is Medina on?
It's on page.
Okay. Thank you.
Council ready to approach on Robertson?
Okay, just give me a moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, we can get it sooner than whatever date. Thank you. Okay.
Hey, Judge.
John Robertson?
Hey, Michelle, bring the record, yes, I'm second chair on that case, so I have to take that first.
I may have that. Let me see if I have that. All right, thank you. All right, on this case, where are we with the blood discovery?
Okay, awesome.
I don't know, Judge. That's Mr. Sharman to kind of.
Well, he said there was supposed to be something at the window. So we've been doing the blood discovery since August. So somebody needs to see if you all actually have it in your office. And if you do, it needs to be brought down.
Okay, I'll start by calling the window, Your Honor.
All right,
I was just there at the window.
okay,
It's not there.
all right. Well, they'll call somebody, you know, let's not put negativity out there. Maybe he's gonna be able to find it somewhere, but we're gonna find it.
So we're gonna wait for that.
Yes.
Okay.
Eric Reyes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well,
All right, where are we on discovery?
Your Honor, I'm just getting onto this case. I'm gonna need some time to access e-discovery. I'm just looking at the file right now. We could have a short reset to allow me to look at discovery, make sure it's all here.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, if I can have a 30-day reset for discovery.
I appreciate you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson.
All right, and Norma, it has Jessica Gonzalez on this case.
Yeah, I'm subbing in right now, Judge. I believe,
All right, I
Judge
need,
dropped the motion to sub.
well, I don't have that. Oh, yes, I do.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you, sir. I'm good for December 5th, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, do you have any objections to this attorney substituting in?
No, Your Honor.
All right, once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
All right, thank you,
All
Judge.
right, thank you. Thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
Yes, ma'am. Hang loose. I'm gonna review the file and then we'll talk after I review it. I'll get the reset form. We're gonna sign it together, okay? Just gonna take this quick. Thanks, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. No, thank you.
And Norma, what page is he on? Thank you. Artillo Ruiz. Artillo Espinoza Ruiz. Pedro Flores. All right, where's Mr. Flores? Come down.
What do you want me, Judge?
This side. So how was federal court?
That's okay.
It's
Apologize for
federal
being
court.
late.
All right, have you conferred with the state?
Yes, Judge, they provided me some documents. I just need a setting so we can talk to my client.
All right, how much time are you asking for?
30 days, Judge.
All right, for possession less than a gram?
Holidays, Judge.
Oh, okay. Norma, state, were you able to tender an offer?
No, the request one because I think that we just received. It was up on very big, but
Yeah.
it wasn't in the file.
All right, Norma, recall this for November 7th.
Judge, I might.
Sure. Just 1 second.
Right now, it's good, Judge.
All right, we're gonna bring you back on November 7th to make sure your case is taken care of, okay?
Thank you,
All
Judge.
right. Ms. Ferguson, November 7th, Deputy Laura, he's free to go.
Thank you. Nothing to be said by, you know.
Keith Jones. It's, all right, Mr. Jones, if you'll come down.
Hi. Hey, Judge, we have this is a sentencing.
Let me find. Just one moment.
This was reset to allow them to do a TAP evaluation. It was like an abbreviated ESR.
Okay. Here we are. Let me make sure I have the tab.
Yes. I have a copy, so.
They.
You do?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Yes, ma'am.
All right, court is calling. All right, court is calling 2024 CR 008-302, 2024 CR 008-303, State versus Keith Darnell Jones. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state? Defense?
Sharon Thorne's the defendant, Your Honor.
And are you Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you entered a plea bargain in each of these cause numbers. The defense waived the PSI and Mr. Jones also waived the PSI. And we're going to proceed with the court reviewing the TAP evaluation. In each cause number, the client entered a plea of no contest. And the cause number ending in 03, the repeater offender allegation was waived. Have both parties had a chance to review the TAP evaluation, State?
Yes, Your Honor.
We have, Your Honor, and I've gone,
Okay.
and I've gone over, I have, Your Honor, and I've gone over with my client.
Any objections?
No objection.
That's right. So everyone, if you all not talk behind the court reporter, and if everyone can please whisper. I know today is supposed to be a frightful day, but let's not make it frightful for the court reporter by talking loudly. All right, in each cause number, according to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 10 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. The state is opposed to your application of community supervision. The cause numbers are to run concurrently, and they're taking 2 cases into consideration. State, do you have any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any witnesses?
I would just call my client, Your Honor.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Keith Jones.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jones, we're here today for the judge to assess sentencing in your cases. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand all the cases that are being taken care of today and also the ones that are going to be dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You asked the court to do what's called a TAP evaluation where you talk to the drug counselors prior for her to do the sentencing. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember what it is that you talked to them about just recently?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In your meeting with the drug counselors, my understanding, you're telling them that you don't have a drug problem, but that you do admit that you were selling drugs. And you understand that this judge has a wide range of what she can do. The offer is 10 years. She can either put you in prison for 10 years, or she could give you probation for 10 years.
Yes, ma'am.
You're asking this judge to put you on
Okay,
probation.
thank you
Can
so
you tell
much.
the judge why you are
we're having a
asking
very
for
hard week.
probation?
Yes, ma'am.
We're having a very hard
My
week.
mom, she's very sick and there's no one there to help us. And she leave me there with her. And I know I can do better. I know I messed up. And,
Well, let me ask you this. How long has your mom been very sick?
it's been about 6 months.
All right, so why would you put yourself in this situation to be going to prison knowing that your mom may or may not need you?
It was just had to make some money.
Why not get a job?
It was just didn't have enough time.
Oh, sure, there are plenty of places to work.
No, I mean, at the time, I needed quick money and
Why did you need quick money?
Because my pockets was flat and we couldn't eat.
Oh, they have places where you can get food for free.
Yes, ma'am.
And who is this we could not eat?
Well, speaking of me, my mom had food in the house, but me and myself, me.
All right.
Yes, and so at this point, you understand that the judge has total control of what she can decide to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Other than your mother being sick, what other concerns do you have and why you're asking this court to grant you probation?
But I know I feel it above my head, but I know I can do better.
Do you think that you could comply with the terms and conditions
Yes,
of
ma'am.
probation?
I know I can.
You'd have to report once a month. You'd have to stay out of trouble.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't hang around with people who sell or use drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
And you can't sell or use drugs yourself.
Right.
But you feel that you could comply at this time in your life.
Yes, ma'am. I know I can.
Pass witness.
State, any questions? All right. So what is his criminal history? Yes, please.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Defense, any objections to the court reviewing the criminal history?
No objection, Your Honor.
I wonder what it is. We are still in this boat. Let's go back. I really appreciate y'all being so kind to my sister. That means the world to me. In a little bit, we're going to take phone calls. I'll open up the phone lines if y'all want to talk about the trial, the Melody Farris trial.
Thank you.
We'll open up.
All right, court will hear argument. State you're opposed.
Yes, Your Honor. We're opposed to due to the one student analysis. Prison time, right?
All right, defense.
Your Honor, we understand he has a very long checkered history. We are asking you to think outside the box. He is asking for probation. He does have family he needs to take care of, and we are just asking to show some mercy and to grant him probation.
All right, Mr. Jones, I will tell you, it is very rare for the court to see people admit to selling drugs and saying, no, I don't have a drug problem. I just sell drugs. At the same token,
Insane.
people will come before me, and you've come before me, and you said there are other people that you need to take care of. People need to think about that before they do wrong. You understand?
I understand.
Amen.
All right. This is what the court is going to do. The court is not going to grant you probation. The court will sentence you to a $1,500 fine and the cause number 2024 CR 00832. I'm sorry, 8302. $1,500 fine, time and money to run concurrent. This will run concurrent with 2024 CR 00803. Take in consideration 2024 CR 00829, 2024 CR 00831, and the court will sentence you to 9 years in the prison.
Oh, man.
Give you credit for any time served. And the cause number ending in 303. Court will find you guilty. The court will sentence you to a $1,500 fine. Time and money will run concurrent. Sentence you to 9 years in the prison. Give you credit for any time served. This will run concurrent with 2024 CR 00832. Taking consideration 2024 CR 00829 and 2024 CR 00831. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorneys? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes.
All right, because these are plea bargain agreements, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, I've actually given you something less than you bargained for. And because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because these are felony convictions, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. You are at a point now that if you pick up any new felony charges, depending on what type of felony it is, you're looking at a minimum of 25 years. And I will tell you, people say, oh, the jail is overcrowded. Oh, the prison is overcrowded. Guess what? People will always build new prison. They'll always find space for you. And if a cell is only supposed to have 10 people in it, if they need to put 20 people in that cell, they're going to put 20 people in that cell, whether it's a violation of federal law or not. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you love your mom, like you say you love your mom, then you need to stop doing this because you're breaking her heart. You understand?
Understand.
All right. Good luck to you. Okay.
No, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. Maybe excused.
He has some dismissal, so he'll help you.
Wow.
And thank you for always being respectful.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, even though he's in a bad situation, he is very respectful.
Right.
He
Wow.
needs to get his dismissal.
So,
Yeah, sure.
Some people.
Hold on one second.
Anyhow,
Excuse me,
Is-
with him, he needs his dismissal sheet.
okay. You didn't want to hear from someone.
See, some people, whoa. Some people don't like the way she is and the fact that she does her little lecturing. But do you know what? I have never found any of her lecturing inappropriate or wrong. Yeah, it is her generation.
Oh,
My generation.
Jason,
I don't know how old she is, but she's my generation.
this is the wrong dismissal.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. I don't know. I am possibly, just FYI, looking at alternative broadcasting. I really need to figure out what I'm going to do with this stream switch thing. I'm really struggling with that. And so, anybody has any advice out there, let me know. I need someone to help me set it up is what I need. Because I'm really struggling with that. YouTube. Let me get it over here.
I think you may have been, oh, no,
No,
it's 301. Is that?
301, we did that one. That one was actually TIC, right?
Yes, okay.
And
got that.
then is it the 299 that was also?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's the one that we messed up. I messed up.
Mm. Hmm. Wow. Y'all, Emily D. Baker is almost at 801,000 subscribers. Go, girl. Go, girl.
That's thank you. Thank you. That would have been a mess later.
Oh, that
Yeah,
would have been, we would have had to clean it
Hey,
up. And it would have taken signatures from all of us.
We got it.
live.
All right. Have a good one.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Look at this, Judy. Put two. Look, I'm making.
Okay, sorry about that.
I don't know. I might put the
324,
topper. I might put the topper.
7778.
I'll give away the topper for sure. But these are the three to choose from. That one, it's got pumpkins and UFOs. It's Day of the Dead. And then that one
Do better.
back here.
You're welcome.
The winner will choose between one of those. So
Hey, good.
if you've not already subscribed, doesn't hurt you. It's free. Hit the I sub. Put in comments I sub. You get one entry. And if you become a member, which we start at 99 cents, you will get an entry,
Oh, maybe
10 entries,
two.
total 11. Sorry.
Yes.
So what are y'all's opinions? Hello, Britt. You should have 11, my dear. What? Let's talk. Let's talk a little, guys. We kind of been talking about the Melody Farris trial, and most of y'all think he's guilty. After mulling over it for a while, what was the one piece of evidence that put you in that boat of guilt? What was the evidence? Now I'm getting cold. I'm hot, I'm cold. I'm hot, I'm cold. Go figure. I'm hot, I'm cold. My mic is, I've got to take it apart and tighten it. Yes, you do. And all my mods for their fabulous work already have 10 entries. Should I? Hello, Britt.
Raymond Jackson.
Thank you.
Oh, that's
Question. Would y'all rather watch Rusty's testimony instead of this? Because I'll gladly put it up. Oh, she's been a member for 2 months. Congratulations, just Teresa. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And your little signs should be changing. That is awesome. Testimony. Got it. Will do. I'll look for it. Let me close this out. Put this in. Back on stage. YouTube court. Was it court or was it long? It was long crime. Long crime live. Let's see. I got to find it. Okay. I got to figure out. Maybe y'all can help me with this. What day was his? What day was his testimony though? I got to figure that out. Okay, this is what I gotta go. I gotta find it, but we'll replay his because that would be good. I'm trying to find what day it was. Trying to get an idea. I gotta zoom. Let me Google it. Day 8. Oh, I love Google. We love Google. I'm looking for her day 8. Day 4. What day was this? Day 6. It's not in order. Dag nabbit. Day 1. Day 4. Day 3. Day 6. Day 7. There we go. Got it. Now, Rusty testified over 2 days. Okay, he testified at the end of one day.
day, if I haven't finished, give them another opportunity to listen to everything and see if that refreshes. If not, then we'll just, because I just don't want to do piecemeal. I'm going to ask, goodbye, Rusty.
I do.
How old are you today?
71.
What is your educational background?
2 years of college.
And what did you study there?
Business administration.
Where did you go to school?
Montlow State Community College.
Where's that located?
In between Tullahoma, Tennessee and Lynchburg, Tennessee.
After you did that, what type of work did you get in? I believe, are you in sales?
I am, yes. But when I started, I was the bookkeeper for the dealership.
How long have you been doing sales?
Over 52 years.
In the 52 years that you've been doing sales, what type of things do you sell?
Construction equipment, bulldozers, backhoes.
Heavy machinery?
Yes.
If you would, just tell the jury, as part of your job as a salesman, do you have a route? What do you do? Just kind of inform them of what your everyday job is like as a salesman.
I have a designated territory.
That didn't click because honestly, with my hearing, I didn't quite hear it. But now that I know, I love it. It made sense. I heard her say it and I was like, little man with headphones in the corner. I was like, that lady's going senile. But when it clicked, I absolutely lost it. And guys, that would be awesome if that happened with us. But I am so ecstatic that it happened for RA. That is funny. The little man with the headphones, that's in the corner. That's going to be, that was awesome. That's awesome. I went back and watched it again. Yes, I know I don't have makeup on because we're going to be doing Halloween makeup later. He's now an exhibit and he's an exhibity. I love exhibities. He's an exhibity. How do y'all like my little witch putting a spider on my head?
11 counties in central middle Tennessee. The core of them, which is about 5 counties I've covered the entire time. The rest of the outlying counties from the core has been, it changes as they change territories and salespeople and stuff like that.
Is this inside sales or outside sales?
Outside sales.
So these are, do you have to cold call? Do you find your own clients or how does that work?
Well, since I've been doing it so long, I do very little cold calling, but as new businesses start up, especially nowadays with landscaping.
Is it John Deere or what type of things do you sell?
John Deere.
Do you sell mainly like bulldozers, heavy machinery to construction companies or to farms, or what type of businesses do you deal with mostly?
All cities, counties, utility districts, farmers do buy quite a bit because I have all of my territory is very rural. So I don't have any large contractors, the guys that do the big state jobs for the most part.
Are you from the city or from the country?
I live in Tullahoma, so.
Well, tell us about that. What size of a city or town is that?
Tullahoma is about 18,000 people, and I was born there.
Your whole life been there?
Yes.
Do you have a lot of relatives there?
Yes.
A lot of friends?
Yes.
Is it a place that you consider close to your heart?
It is my heart. My daughters live there. It's home.
Right. And I'm not going to ask your daughters' names, but you have 2 adult daughters. Is that right?
Correct.
And they're your joy? Are they your joy? You love your daughters?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And grandkids?
4.
Now, as a salesman, tell the jury, if you would, are you an extroverted person or an introverted person? Do you like to talk?
No.
But as a salesperson, I guess you have to do a lot of talking. Is that right?
No, you do a lot of listening.
Listening? Mm-hmm. And when you interact with other people, is it important to listen to what they need?
Correct.
Is it important to listen to what their concerns are?
Yes.
Is it important to take details?
They generally tell you.
Yeah, they'll tell you how they feel about things?
Yes. I mean, they know as much about my equipment as I do. So they tell me what they want.
And is your business, is it one that you actually have policies and you have forms and you have computer and things that you have to do when you're doing your sales?
Oh, yes.
What type of tools do you use to do your job?
Well, I have my company computer, and with that is provided all the specifications, for equipment. Most everything now there's no hard copies for literature. I mean, you just go on the internet and look up John Deere, just like anybody can.
Do you have, I guess, templates or forms on the computer that you use for quotes and stuff like that?
Yes,
Do you have to pay attention to detail on that?
I do, but I generally get somebody in the office to do that for me now. I don't keep up with the computer stuff that much.
How heavy is the sales when it comes to dealing with numbers and crunching numbers and things like that?
I don't understand what that question means.
Do you have to figure out how much things cost and how much percentage and anything, do any math in your job?
That's the way that it's done, but in the last several years, I have a sales manager that does that with this newer company. The sales manager does it for me because we've had to change systems again, and I just haven't caught on to the new operating system.
When it comes to doing public speaking, do you like to do that?
Not particularly.
Do you like to have confrontational settings?
Not at all.
Are you more comfortable in a different type of atmosphere when talking with people?
No.
Are you comfortable at all talking with people?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Do you like being a salesperson?
I love it.
And could you see yourself doing any other type of work, or is sales just what you do?
Well, considering I've been doing it for 52 years, I think yes, sales is what I do.
Are you successful at it?
I must be.
Is that yes, you are?
Yes, I are. Yes, I am.
Yes.
I'm from South Carolina, so I sometimes think things differently too. You agree, though, that you do talk for a living?
Yes.
And when you're a salesperson, is it fair to say that you have an objective when you're meeting with people?
Yes.
You want to make the sale.
Correct.
So you have to be persuasive?
I'm not a pushy salesman. One of the pluses of doing this so long is people know me, they come to me. So I don't have to go out and say, mine's better than theirs and that kind of stuff. It's different than if you were a 30-year-old person out getting, new into the sales and none of the customers know you.
So in some ways, you're either
I'm gonna take
persuasive
a
in a good
break.
sense or in a bad sense.
Oh,
Would
thank
that be true in your job?
Yay!
I would assume, yes.
Yay!
But you're trying to get someone to make a decision, is that right?
I'll be right back.
Yes.
You understand today that when you are answering the questions, the only thing I'm asking you, the decision I need you to help the jury make, is to get to the truth.
Correct.
That's all I'm asking you. You understand that?
I do.
I'm not asking you to make a case against anybody or anything else. Can we agree that your job is to tell us the truth?
Correct.
The whole truth?
And nothing but.
All right, let's go back to, you're from Alabama, is that right? Excuse me, Tennessee, I apologize. From Tennessee?
I'm from Tennessee.
Okay. And you are a
There's a
Tennessee.
big difference.
That's right. And you are a Tennessee fan, is that right?
I am.
And orange is your color, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how many, in your small town, how many people know your family?
A good number. I'm amazed at times at how many people are there that I do not know. But again, because we have an Air Force base, there's a lot of people that come and go.
And your grandfather was well known in the community?
Correct.
Was he involved in law enforcement?
He was.
Tell the jury about that, please.
All of my young life, childhood life, up to my probably 20s, my grandfather was either the chief of police in Tullahoma or the sheriff of Coffee County, which Tullahoma is in Coffee County.
Do you have respect for law enforcement?
Very much so.
Do you understand that they have a hard job to do some days?
I do that.
Even when they're investigating a former lover for murder?
I do.
Now, if I asked you if you were a fan of Detective Hayes and Detective Pope, which one would you be less of a fan of? Again, honesty is what I'm after.
Okay. Who would I be less a fan of?
Yes.
Sergeant Pope.
If I asked you to say between Sergeant Pope and Detective Hayes, which was the good cop and which was the bad cop when they talked to you?
Detective Hayes was the good cop.
Do you remember Detective Hayes here?
I did not recognize him, but
Are you married?
no, I am not.
Are you divorced?
Yes.
How long were you married for?
36 years,
36?
I think.
When did that marriage end?
The divorce was final in 2012.
Did your former wife work in the court system at all?
She did. She was a court reporter.
And how long did she do that?
I think 32 years.
Did you have some idea from your family connections and from your former wife's job about the legal system or the legal community?
Probably not as much as you would think, because I was never involved in anything with going to court or anything like that. My grandfather being the local police chief and the sheriff, I was single digits teenager when he did most of that. And then my wife, when she was a court reporter, my biggest job was delivering transcripts back to people.
Never thought you'd be in the middle of a murder trial testifying as a witness, did you?
Never in my entire life.
Do you want to be here?
Not at all.
You understand why you're here, though, right?
I do.
Are you an outdoorsman?
I am.
Tell the jury, what are your hobbies when it comes to hunting, fishing, things like that?
Hunting.
What type of hunting do you do?
Almost all is deer hunting, whitetail.
How avid of a hunter are you?
Some would say very.
Do you ever travel to other states to hunt?
I do.
We talked about Kansas.
Kansas, Colorado, Texas, Idaho, Montana, Canada, Mexico. You want more?
Sure. Where else have you traveled?
New Mexico, Florida, South Florida.
Mainly deer hunting?
Deer, elk, antelope, waterfowl, quail, dove.
Do you use firearms and a bow?
I do hunt with a bow some, yes.
Do you use one more than the other?
No, bow season for me is very short, and I don't use it a whole lot. But the rest of the time, I'm generally a muzzleloader and rifle hunter.
Do you have any experience being connected to a farm?
My other grandfather, not the chief of police, my daddy's dad, they lived across the street from us, or we lived across the street from them, however you want to look at it. And he had probably a couple 100-acre farm, ran about 80 Black Angus cows, and they had a little country store.
Did you have a farm at some point?
I did. I inherited my mother's farm and with my sister, and had it for a few years.
And how big was that?
115 acres.
What did the farm do? Produce anything, or was it animal farm or crops?
When my mom and her husband had it, they raised cows also. And then after my sister and I inherited it, I had one of the neighbors got to cut hay off of it. It was a hill farm, pretty steep hill. And the rest of the time it was, just a place for me to go deer hunting.
Are you a person that can basically build a house from scratch?
No.
Do you have any skills in carpentry or anything like that?
In what?
Carpentry, building things?
Not very good at it. I would be more a framer than a finished carpenter.
Have you ever tried to build a house or add on to a house or doing construction?
My dad and I one time built a 20 by 20. We called it a barn, but it wasn't perfect.
How about farm equipment? What can you use?
The only thing that I ran down at the farm was a small Ford tractor.
Yeah. What size? Do you remember?
I do not remember the model.
Old type of tractor or more common new tractor?
It was like
wheels narrow up front or wide?
I'm sorry?
The wheels in the front, were they close together or wide?
You didn't run it close together. You didn't run a tricycle on a hill farm. Okay. So they were wide, yes. It was about a 95 model.
How about RTVs? You ever used an RTV, drive an RTV?
I have.
Do you own any?
I do not. I never have.
Any side-by-sides?
No.
Do you ever use those things during hunting?
No. When you're saying, I have a four-wheeler.
Okay, let's talk about that. What type of four-wheeler do you have?
It's a 1997 model Honda 200.
Do you take that hunting with you?
I have, but not in several years.
Anytime that you're hunting, do you ever use a four-wheeler or something like that to move deer?
Yes, I have tied a deer to the back of the four-wheeler and drug it.
You said tied. How do you tie it?
Just with a rope to the luggage rack.
Nothing fancy, something simple just to move it?
Yeah.
Do you have a truck?
I do.
What kind of truck do you have?
Ford F-150.
Do you have a motorcycle?
I do.
What type of motorcycle do you have?
I have a Harley.
Which brand or model is it? Which model is it?
A Road King.
How long have you been riding motorcycles?
All my life.
Something you like to do?
Since I was 14, I should say. That's when I got my license.
Is that something you like to do?
It is, not as much so in the last few years.
Do you own any guns?
I own a bunch of guns.
Tell the jury, if you would, what type of guns that you have. Is the list too long? I think as you were saying, you said to law enforcement.
Okay, I was gonna say, can you say that? Yes.
Yes,
The
you
list is too long.
Way
I
too
think when
long.
law enforcement asked you about guns,
I couldn't even rattle them all off if you wanted me to, but I could tell you a good number of them.
roughly about how many do you have?
I don't know now, I probably have 40.
And out of the 40, how many of those are handguns?
Probably 6, 8, maybe 10, I don't know.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about how sometimes bullets and guns are tested?
Say again.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about have conversations about how guns and bullets are tested?
Not that I recall.
You don't remember doing that?
No, sir.
Where were your guns in 2018? Where were your guns stored?
They would have been in a storage building in my gun safes, except for the 1 or 2 that might have been in my pickup truck.
Might have been. Mm-hmm.
When law enforcement came and talked to you about this case, did they ask you where your guns were?
To the best of my recollection, yes, they did.
I mean, they were interested in your guns, were they not?
They were.
And they asked you where the guns were at?
I don't remember them asking them about being in, in the storage building in a gun safe, but I think they just asked me what I had and if I had any, I guess basically with me. And I told them that I didn't have any on my person, but that I had, I think, a couple in my truck.
You had 2 in your truck, I believe. Is that right?
I think that's right, yes.
357 revolver and a 40 caliber Glock?
Yes.
Did you voluntarily turn over or give the 357 to law enforcement in this case?
I did.
And did you know that that gun was tested or looked at by the GBI?
I didn't know that, but I kind of figured it was. That's why they got it.
Do you remember telling law enforcement about how many people knew where your guns were at?
I'm sorry.
Do you remember saying only 2 people remembered or knew where your guns were at? Yourself, and I believe your daughter?
I don't remember saying that, no, sir.
Were they kept somewhere else besides your house?
Yes. Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I did not keep any, I lived at my daughter's house at the time. I was in between houses. And I did not keep any guns in the house because her husband was not a gun person and was fearful of them. And so I kept them, and I had 3 gun safes, still do. And I kept them in a storage building, I don't know, a few miles down the road. And so all the guns were in there except, I guess, those 2 at the time that were in a bag in the kind of the back floorboard of my truck.
Do you remember when law enforcement came up and executed a search warrant to look at your guns?
Actually, I don't think they had a search warrant. They did for the house, and I guess they were looking for guns.
That's fine. Do you remember them coming up looking for your guns?
Yes, I do.
Now, you're junior, Roy Barton Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
Your dad is senior?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I know he's passed away. I'm not trying to go down that or anything, but did he have a lot of guns?
He had several. Most of them had been rolled down to me at this point.
Did he have pistols?
I think he had 3.
Were any of those a 38 special?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know where those guns were at in 2018?
I do not.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that they were in Martha Jane's house?
With that, yes. I mean, I thought you meant like specifically in the house. No, they would have been there at Martha's house. Yes.
Wherever they were at in the house, is that right?
Correct.
But you don't know exactly what pistols he had. Is that fair?
No, he had a Colt Python 357. He had a Browning 22. I think they called it a target pistol. And then he had gotten Martha Jane a pistol, and I really don't know what it was.
Had a 357?
I do not know.
I want to talk about Martha Jane. Who is Martha Jane Barton?
She is or was my dad's wife, second wife.
Stepmother?
Yes.
What year did they get married or come together?
1975.
And how long were they married?
Until he passed away in 2014.
In 1975, from 2014, where did they live?
They lived in the house that I was raised in with my mom and dad on Walker Road. And then a few years after they got married, they built a new house on what's Carter Lake Road. And that's Martha still lives there.
How old is Martha today?
I think she's 83.
How would you describe Martha?
A good woman, worked at the bank for 53 years, I think. She's in very poor health now. She's had all kinds of procedures and heart valve replacements.
She's had heart issues.
Yes.
She doesn't do well with stress.
No.
But in Tullahoma today, she lives still in the house.
Yes, she still lives in the house by herself.
Now help explain to the jury the relationship between Martha Jane. Sometimes y'all refer to her as MJ. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the relationship between Martha Jane and the defendant.
Martha and Melody's mom were first cousins.
So the defendant would be second cousins to Martha.
I don't really know how all that.
One
works.
level down.
Yeah, yeah. Because
So
there's
related-
first cousin twice removed, and
Sure, related by blood, but referred to as cousins. Is that?
yes,
And you would be the stepson of Martha Jane.
correct.
When it described to the jury the relationship through the years and how close they were, the defendant and Martha Jane.
Very close. My dad, when he was alive, he was not much of anybody of a man that wanted to drive. Martha always drove. So anytime Martha needed to go basically anywhere, which most of the time was to go to Nashville to the heart doctor, Melody would come up and get Martha and then drive her to Nashville to the doctor, and did that off and on for years.
Would you describe the defendant's relationship with Martha Jane more akin to a mother-daughter?
Very much so.
If you could say, who does the defendant love the most in the world, where would Martha Jane be on that?
Very high on that list.
Would you describe Martha Jane as a God-fearing lady?
I didn't understand.
Would you describe Martha Jane as a God-fearing lady?
Very much so.
A Christian?
Yes.
She didn't know about your sexual affair with the defendant, did she?
I don't think so.
Would that have broken her heart?
I don't know. Probably.
She'd been disappointed in you?
Yes.
The two of you hid it from her, didn't you?
Yes.
Through the years, how often would the defendant come and see Martha Jane?
Are you talking like 30 years ago up to now or then?
Yeah, what I want you to do is to explain to the jury, some relatives see each other once a year at family reunions. Some relatives
Right.
never see each other for 5 years. Some relatives never see each other at all. How often would the defendant come up and physically be involved in Martha Jane's life?
That I do not know, because I didn't always know even when she would come up. I mean, she would come up and do things, and and I wouldn't know it.
Would it be more than occasional?
Yes, I would think so.
So a common event for the defendant?
I would think so.
A lot, I guess, is another way to say it.
That's a relative question, so I don't know. Again, I didn't know every time that she came up through the years. Sometimes it might be weeks later. My dad would say that
Happy Halloween,
Melody had been up.
everybody.
When they would see each other, would the defendant come to Martha Jane's house or home?
Yes.
And would she be family and have access to the home?
Yes.
Come and go as she please?
Yes.
Full access to everywhere in the house?
Which one, y'all?
Could even come to the house when Martha Jane's not there?
Yes.
Did the defendant help Martha Jane with her property and things in her house?
She did.
I want to talk to you about the defendant. You see Melody Farris here in court today.
I do.
Describe something she's wearing and point her out for the record, please.
Glasses on top of her head, gray jacket, black top.
Just point to where she's at, please. Now let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant. Is it awkward being here in court in front of her?
It's awkward being in court, period. So yes.
I love his candor. Don't like what he's done, but I like his candor.
When it comes to your feelings for the defendant at this moment, how much love do you have for her?
Ooh,
That's a measurable item.
That's what you have to do in court, sir. Tell me how much love you have for her right now.
Oh, I forgot about this, y'all. It gets snippy.
I do not know.
Do you love her?
I do not know.
But you did love her in the past, correct?
Correct.
You were in
That's
love with her, fair to say?
Yes.
And she was in love with you, fair to say?
Yes.
That's tough.
Now, you've had an opportunity to listen to some of your recordings in this case. Is that true?
I have.
And you know that there are recorded jail calls and other calls with you and the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, did y'all have a special kind of words or codes or terms of endearment that you would use with each other?
I'm assuming that you're thinking about some of them. Yeah, we did.
Like what were some of those phrases y'all would share all the time on the phone or when you talk?
One of them would be all.
ALL, all,
Yes.
right?
Uh-huh.
What does that mean? At the time when this was, you were still together.
Yes. Yeah.
Are you telling this jury today that y'all are not together, right?
Correct.
At the time, even after the arrest,
I gotta
when
go
you were
back
still
and
together,
read that because I can't
did
understand.
y'all have a special kind of words or codes or terms of endearment that you would use with each other?
I'm assuming that you're thinking about some of them. Yeah, we did.
Like what were some of those phrases y'all would share all the time on the phone or when you talk?
One of them would be all.
ALL, all,
Yes.
right?
Uh-huh.
What does that mean? At the time when this was, you were still together.
Yes. Yeah.
Are you telling this jury today that y'all are not together, right?
Correct.
At the time, even after the arrest, when you were still together,
Mhm.
what did all mean?
It meant, and it kind of started back when Dad got sick and Martha was having the heart surgery. You know, don't know what we would have done without Melody being up there taking care of Martha, because then I was having to take care of Dad. And so we talked most of the time. We talked several times every day, and it was okay. We got this. Get started. Do the day. You know.
To encourage one another, maybe?
Yeah, just you know. Okay, you take care of this. I'll take care of that, and we get through the day.
Would that encapsulate for better or for worse?
No.
It wouldn't?
No, it was not I wouldn't put it as an emotional love you kind of thing. It was a let's go tackle the day kind of thing.
But you would say that to her and she would say that to you during this investigation and after the arrest. Is that true?
It is.
So it applied to this situation.
It means just handle the day. Do what's got to be done.
So my question
be
is,
strong.
my question is, yes or no, it does apply to her murder charges.
I think it applies to the whole thing. Specifically, the charges.
But her situation
All strong
in 2018,
Yes.
2019.
deal.
The situation.
When she's been arrested for murder, y'all are saying all to each other, right?
Correct.
How about, did you ever say the word forward?
Mhm.
Tell the jury what forward would mean when you would say it to one another.
Forward is a very similar thing to all. It just keep moving forward, keep going, get things done, handle what life throws at you.
How about, would she ever say she wants your hand on her waist?
She did.
What does that mean?
At my father's funeral, she came up and we were standing by the casket, and you know, everybody comes by and you hug and thank them and all that. We were just standing there, and I just put my hand on her waist. It was kind of it was a strength for me to get through the day.
And she has said that to you after being arrested for murder. Is that accurate?
Mhm.
What age did you meet the defendant? How old was she?
The first time I met her,
I think you met her when she was 15,
that would probably be about right.
1975.
Correct.
Where did y'all meet?
At Dad and Martha's wedding.
Really? And what did you think of her when she was 15?
Don't even remember.
Do you remember when her and Gary got together?
Right.
'Cause they got together young, I believe.
Mhm.
So
I
at
think
15,
what the problem was for Melody is that he was gone a lot. He was a lawyer. That's a lot of work, long hours, not home, loneliness. Doctors' wives and lawyers' wives go through this. Also, oil wives. I mean, a lot of military. So loneliness, I personally believe. And she got fed up with it.
15,
Other than that, I
how
don't
close
know.
were you with her during her teenage years and early years?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Just kind of knew of her? You just knew of her?
Yes,
How often would you see her? I'm going to get to 2014, but before then, how often would you see her?
rarely. Very rarely.
Now, how smart is the defendant?
I don't know.
Is she smart or not smart?
Well, I would consider her smart, yes.
Would you consider her hardworking?
Yeah, very.
She didn't suffer a slacker, did she? She didn't like lazy people.
She was not a slacker, no.
She didn't like lazy people, did she?
No.
Would you describe her as a take charge person?
Yes.
Would you describe her as a person that gets things done?
Yes.
In fact, that's what you told law enforcement, right?
I'm assuming I did, or you wouldn't have asked.
Is she a planner? Someone makes plans?
I would say yes.
Okay, my friend just sent me this. Since this is not real trial, I can pause it. When things seem especially rough, just ask yourself, did I shite my pants today? And if the answer is no, you're doing all right.
Yes.
Does she have a backbone?
Yeah, she does.
In fact, believe in 2014, you first talked about it. How much did she help with Martha Jane and your father during that time?
Oh, she was an absolute tremendous help. I don't know what we would have done without her. One time she was up, and Dad and Martha both. I mean, Dad had a stroke, went in the hospital, then went in the nursing home, and he never came home. And Martha, then during that period of time, had tests and then heart valve replacement. And one of the things that happened was the sewer system backed up and flooded the house, and she met with the septic tank people to get it cleaned out. So,
She gets things done, doesn't she?
yes,
She gets her hands dirty, doesn't she?
yes.
All right, let's look at March of 2014. Why is that month and year significant in the context of you and the defendant?
Say it again.
March 2014.
That probably would be when Dad went to the hospital. I didn't remember that month.
Okay,
Exactly.
and that's when the defendant came up to Tennessee, is that right?
Yes. She was already there, actually, when Dad had his stroke. Her and Martha were, at the time, were already in Nashville at the doctor's office.
And then kind of later on, a couple months later, I think it was in September 2014, was it not, that things changed between friendship to romance?
I do not recall not even the month.
Do you recall the year? Was it in 2014?
Yes.
Tell the jury how that happened. What was going on?
We were just
He's having a harder
close
time
contact with
hearing
each
because
other,
he doesn't have the earpiece
almost
on.
day in, day out, trying to handle everything, and it became, we became a thing.
So your relationship with her started in 2014.
Yes,
Did you know she was married?
I did.
Did you know she was married to Gary?
I did.
That's bad.
And I'm not asking for details or anything, but you two
Go
were
for
intimate during
Dagger.
this relationship?
We were.
And so you would know whether or not she has any tattoos on her?
I would.
Tell the jury what tattoos she has.
She has a red heart and the Roman numerals XO.
XO tattoos on her, right?
Yes.
And those tattoos represent you, do they not?
No, they do not.
They don't?
No, sir, they do not.
Who do they represent?
They do not represent anybody.
But you were with her when she got those tattoos, right?
I was.
And y'all went to the tattoo parlor shop together and got them?
We did.
So you were there when she got them?
Correct.
And y'all both like to drink Crown Royal, is that right?
That is correct.
Representing you.
And so you're with her when she gets the tattoos, then she gets the tattoos, and it's both of the drinks that you like. Is that right?
Yes, the XO is for the Crown Royal XO.
How about her phone having XO in it for you? Do you know anything about that?
No, I didn't know that.
Do you know if she's ever referred to you or the number for you as being XO?
I do not recall that.
You didn't know that or don't know that?
I do not recall that, so I don't know whether it.
And that's fair. He may not know what she put on his phone.
How many times
I always tell them everything.
do you think you and the defendant and again, I'm not trying to get into the list of details or anything like that, but you two would rendezvous at a certain place. Is that right?
Oh, not much.
What city would you both meet up at?
Dalton, Georgia.
And Dalton's about 106 miles from Tullahoma, your home. Is that right? Takes about an hour, 45 minutes to get there.
Roughly, yes.
Did you know it's about 80 miles from her former home in Cherokee County?
I just kind of figured it was about halfway.
Takes about an hour and a half from her house to get there. Is that right?
That I don't know.
But I guess the point is why y'all were meeting Dalton is because it was halfway between the houses.
Right.
Try not
And
to sneeze.
when you met in Dalton, there's a certain exit that you would meet at.
Correct.
What exit was that?
333.
333. What hotels would you stay at there?
Mostly the Super 8.
Cheap.
How many
Dude.
years were y'all meeting up there?
Right, if you're going to cheat.
From 2014 to 2018?
Yes.
Some of them are good. I'm just being.
Who would pay for the rooms for y'all two?
I would.
Always?
Always.
Why is that?
Just what I do.
Explain that to me. Why?
I always thought the man paid for things.
In the beginning, I think, did y'all meet there monthly?
Oh, I don't remember how often and when and that. I'm
But
sure
it-
there's records, but I don't.
Did it progress to meeting weekly?
At times.
Did you meet more than one time during the week?
It's possible that we did. I do not recall that we did, but
You wouldn't dispute if
no,
that was the case.
No,
I like you,
I don't have
Paulette.
records, so.
Good one. Good
Did
hello,
you ever
bro.
ask her when y'all were meeting up, what is she telling her family why she's not there? Did you ever ask
She's
her?
like all embarrassed. I'm like, girl, you don't have any.
You never asked her what excuse or what are you telling them when you're coming to meet me? You never got curious to ask her how she's doing this? Not one time?
No. I'm trying to think how to say it. She could go and come as she pleased, and so she was very open to get to leave home and be gone and come back. But nobody kept tabs on her.
She wasn't a prisoner in her home, is
No,
what you're saying.
Not at all.
My question though is, if you're meeting weekly and you're having an affair, are you not worried about her husband going, "Where's my wife"? Did that not ever pop up, or y'all talk about it?
No, it didn't. I guess we did talk about it, but I think she got to do her thing and he did his thing, and I don't think they didn't keep tabs on each other.
Right, but you're not trying to tell this jury that y'all were having an open relationship.
I guess I'm saying that they did.
From based on what?
What she said.
What she says?
Yes.
So were y'all open at the wedding, Emily's wedding, going around openly engaging in a romantic relationship at Emily's wedding? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I don't recall us being very openly romantic at the.
Right, that's the point. You weren't, correct?
I don't think so. I mean, we might have sat at the same table at times and we might have danced together, but I wouldn't call us. I did that with other people there too.
Sure. My question is, you weren't being openly romantic in front of her family at Emily's wedding, were you?
No, I wouldn't think so.
That's because y'all were hiding the relationship, right?
Yes.
Now, you had a girlfriend named Christina Grant, I think in 2017. Is that right?
I did.
And you were hiding the relationship that you had with Melody from her?
Correct.
And she did something that you did not want her to do. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So he was
Tell the jury what she
two
did.
people at one
She sent an
time.
email to
Ooh, womanizer.
Melody's husband.
And an
telling him,
adulterer.
I don't know exactly what it said because I never saw it, but telling him that Melody was having an affair with me or vice versa, however it was worded.
I think that was in October of 2017. Would that be?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Now you just said on the stand that you never saw the email, but did you not see an email, a copy of the email that the defendant took on her phone from Gary's phone?
I could have, but I do not recall seeing it.
Judge, you might just have one more.
Wow.
But you did talk to Christina about the email she sent.
I did.
What did you tell her to do?
do. I just told her that what she had done was pretty stupid and she shouldn't have done that.
Did you not tell her that to tell Gary it was just a rumor? Do you remember telling Christina to get back in contact with Gary and let him know that it was just a rumor because he's a lawyer, he would understand a rumor?
I do not recall that, no, sir.
You very well could have, though.
Were you concerned that because Gary was an attorney that he could drag her information and her lifestyle into a court?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Christina that he could bring you in and ask you about your sexual partners or things like that?
Say again.
Do you remember telling Christina that you were concerned that Gary could bring her in and ask her about her relationships with other people?
I do not recall that, but I could understand that I might have said that.
Do you remember what happened with the defendant when Gary got that information from Christina? What did she say to you?
What did Melody say to me?
Yes.
That Gary came into her room and told her that he had gotten that email.
And how did she feel about that? How did the defendant feel about Gary finding out from Christina?
I think she was just upset because Christina had done that.
Mad at Christina?
Yes.
Mad at you?
I don't think so.
She's very forgiving towards you?
I don't think at that point I'd done anything wrong.
She, multiple women, and you didn't do anything wrong.
When you would,
The
through the
heck?
years, communicate with the defendant, would you talk to her in person? Would you meet her face to face? We know about going up to hotels and meeting in Dalton, but outside of that, would you ever just go and do things with her, go out to eat or do other things?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes when she would come to town, we would go somewhere and eat or something.
And when you would talk to her, how many times a day? Tell the jury how many times a day would you talk to her on the phone, whether it's by voice or by text messages? Almost every day.
Almost every day.
What was your pattern? How would y'all? What time of the day would y'all talk, and how would you do it?
That's what it was.
Well, I didn't know there was a pattern. It was just random phone calls and random texts. I don't think there was a pattern.
Would you get up in the morning and call her?
Probably.
Would you call her through the day? Would you call her in the evenings?
Or she would call me or whatever.
So once you get up in the morning, would she be the first one you would call?
You're fine.
Not necessarily.
Just Teresa.
Normally?
I don't know.
job.
I mean, that I don't know.
Would she be one of the first persons you would call?
Probably.
And during the day, how many times do you think you would call her during the day every day?
I cannot answer that question. I mean, I'm sure you have records and could tell every specification there is about it, but I couldn't answer that.
Was it less than 5 times or
That's
more than 5
fair.
times?
I'm sure it varied. I'm sure it was both.
He is.
And what things would y'all talk about?
Geeky.
Everything from the weather to the kids to the grandkids to Martha, Daddy. I mean, just life.
That
Now,
man.
I'm going to talk to you about July 10th of 2018. Do you remember when you had another interview with the sheriff's office and some people from the TBI?
On July the 10th?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Do you remember July 2018
I
speaking
do.
with law enforcement?
I do, yeah.
Was there a time that when you were speaking to law enforcement that the defendant just kind of unannounced showed up?
She came into town, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, yes.
Tell the jury about the time she came into town when law enforcement was there.
I think we had
Miss Groovy.
my attorney and myself had an interview with Detective Hayes, and I'm assuming since you said it that way, that was the day that the TDI was there too. And I think after that meeting, when my attorney's office was downtown Oklahoma, so after that I left and went to Martha's house to check on her, to see how she was doing. And then on my way back to town, I noticed that Melody was behind me.
What vehicle was she in?
The Mercedes.
She had not told you she was coming up, correct?
Correct.
It was a surprise, right?
Yes.
Unannounced, would you say?
Yes.
And she was there because of why?
I guess because I was with the police.
What did she ask you?
What did they say?
What did you tell her?
I'm assuming whatever they said. I don't remember what conversations we had.
What else did she say to you?
Whatever you tell me, I said. I don't know.
Don't remember exactly, but I would say, why are you here?
And did she give you any instructions or anything to say or not say to them?
No,
She tell you not to talk to law enforcement?
probably. I don't remember that for a fact,
But has she told you through this case not to talk to law enforcement?
We are rewatching Rusty's
not to
testimony.
talk to them, but I mean, I'm not going to run and hide, but just don't sit down and have a conversation with them. Be polite.
So you're saying she did not tell you to stop talking to law enforcement?
Okay, there's talking to somebody and then there's telling them, answering questions. And that, I think that's what was meant.
So tell me that. You're telling me that she told you not to answer questions of law enforcement.
That was my assumption of what it meant, yes.
She didn't want you to give law enforcement anything that could be used against her, right?
You don't want nothing to be used against.
So he can answer. He's not speculating. He talked to her in face-to-face
No,
conversations.
objection, but that's a rare thing in this case is an objection.
Maybe how he interpreted it.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Sir?
You can answer the question. Did she talk to you and tell you not to talk to law enforcement because they were trying to get information on her?
I don't think it was spread out verbatim like that. It was just, don't talk.
I mean, it wasn't about anything else except the murder case, right?
Correct.
We didn't have any, I mean, there's no other reason you're talking to law enforcement, is there?
No.
Gary was found on July 5th of 2018. There's a calendar right there. Do you see that Thursday, July 5th, 2018?
I do.
And almost a year later, on June 18, 2019, the defendant was arrested. And you know that, don't you?
I do.
How do you know that?
I'm the one that carried her to the police station, turned her over to the police.
Because she was staying with you in Tullahoma?
No, she was not staying with me. We were together having lunch.
Physically present with her that day, right?
Sir?
You were physically with her that day?
I was, that afternoon. Yeah.
She was in your vehicle?
She was.
And y'all had been together for how many days?
We had not been together for days. We had just left that afternoon to go. We were going to go have something to eat and then go someplace else, like Franklin or something.
So you're trying to say you were not socializing or hanging out or being together as a couple during this time?
Well, we were going to go have lunch, a late lunch, so I would, however you want to word that, yes.
Well, how many days was she there before she got arrested?
Several.
How many several? Were we talking days or weeks?
A week or 10 days.
And how many times out of the week or 10 days did you see her?
I do not recall.
Probably every day, wasn't it?
No, I wouldn't think so.
The day of the arrest, you actually, when she was in the car, you brought her to the police department, I believe.
I did.
And then after she was arrested, you talked to her on the phone numerous times. Is that right?
What time frame were we talking about?
In June and July and other dates after she was arrested? Now, I want to go from how many times do you think you talked to her by phone? Let's go from July 4th of 2018, the 4th of July to, let's just go after the arrest, October 31st of 2019. So from 4th of July in 2018 to Halloween in 2019. How many times do you think you talked to her on the phone? There's roughly 484 days during that time period. How many times do you think you talked to her on the phone?
A lot.
What is a lot?
I don't know. You have the number. I don't.
More than the number of days?
I'm sure.
How many text messages do you think you shared with her during that time?
You have the numbers. I do not.
How many times do you think you said, I love you, or something all or for to her during that time?
Every day, probably. Or every day we talked.
Because you were there to help her, right?
Of course.
You loved her, right?
Yes.
You were supporting her, right?
I was.
Whatever
You're going to do what you
day
can
that
to help her out of this fix, right?
I was.
In 2018, when they talked to you about the case, the first time that law enforcement talked to you, I think it was the TBI that came out on July 6th. That was a Friday of 2018.
Correct.
Do you remember how many phones and phone numbers you told law enforcement that she had?
I do not.
Do you remember when you met with them again, changing that number or giving more information?
I do remember changing it. I don't remember what was said.
After the first interview, you gave information that she did have a burner phone. Is that right?
That's your terminology. I don't use the terminology of burner phones. Both of her phones were, I would call a straight talk, that you actually purchased the minutes for. So
would it be fair to say that one of the phones she used almost exclusively for you?
I do not know that.
And the other phone she used for public or other people?
I assume that, yes, but I do not know that. Those they were her phones.
So her regular phone is one. Is that fair?
Say that again.
She has a regular phone, and then she had this other phone.
I think they were pretty well both identical. So.
But you didn't give law enforcement the other phone number the first time, right?
I don't know. I mean, I did not. I mean, I don't know the phone numbers. They were all in my phones.
Now, at some point when you met with law enforcement during this, you and your attorney, Bobby Carter, met with them and cooperated. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you met with them, you actually agreed to record calls between you and the defendant. Is that right?
That is correct.
And they actually gave you a recorder to record calls. Is that correct?
They did.
And you would actually try to do that at certain points?
I tried.
You tried to record some calls with her. And
With
that's
the
because
recorder, yes.
it was told to you, not only by your attorney, but during the conversations, that it's in your best interest to do that?
Yes,
And you want to help yourself. Is that true?
absolutely.
But at some point, law enforcement had to come back to you and ask you about the recorder, didn't they?
They did.
And they had to ask you about the recorder because you actually told her about the recorder and recording the calls, right?
I did.
So let me get it straight. You want to help yourself because of the situation, and you agreed to record the phone calls with her, but you tell her you're recording the phone calls, right?
I did.
So she knew she was being recorded. Is that correct?
Well, she knew that I tried. I never was successful at it.
Yeah, she knew you were recording the calls, right?
I never was successful at it.
I understand that because you told her, but she knew she was being recorded, right?
I told her that I had a tape recorder that Detective Hayes gave me, and that I was told and asked to try to record our phone calls.
And in fact, there was a conversation between you two that she said, didn't you say they were recording calls? And you were telling her, no, you were lying to her.
That's right.
And then they gave you after they confronted you about the recorder, you weren't forthcoming to tell them, oh, by the way, I did tell her. You lied to them, didn't you?
I did.
You told me you weren't recording. You didn't tell her you had the recorder, right?
You're correct.
And then they had Calios, the software on your phone that would record calls without having a recorder. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And you recorded a lot of those calls, right?
The way I understood how this worked, they put something on my telephone, and I mean, it was very odd the way it came through, but it came through, and then I would answer the phone, but at the same time, every phone call that I got from her through this system, also went directly to Detective Hayes.
Right.
And then I'm assuming was also recorded.
And counsel's going to ask you about those calls and what was recorded on those. But you agree with me that when they started doing the recordings on the Calios, that system, that was after you told her about the recorder, right?
I don't
Yes,
like the
yeah,
side
we went to that
comment,
system after we tried the.
and I have to say, if I was in
Help
the,
me on this timeline.
I'd be-
She's arrested June 18th, 2019. This counter's not open. June 18th, 2019.
that's not the way it goes.
And then on June 25th, 2019, you come back to talk to law enforcement with your attorney to give some more information, right?
Okay, you lost me. Say that again.
The last conversation you had with law enforcement, the last recording, you recanted the statement you given earlier.
That was not the last time that I was with law enforcement. That was the next to the last time, I think.
Okay. In June of 2019, after the defendant was arrested,
Right.
you did have a conversation with law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes, I think they came back the next week.
Yeah. That next week, when you're talking to law enforcement, getting back to phones, did they not ask you if you ever met with the defendant in person and talked around the phones? Do you remember that?
I do.
And you told them, yes, we did meet in person and we did talk around the phones, right?
Correct.
So y'all were outside of law enforcement talking about the case, so they couldn't hear it. Is that fair?
Mhm.
And then they just took one more step and they asked you, did you have new phones? I call them burners. You may not like that term, but they asked you if you had other phones. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And they asked you, did you talk about the case outside of the other phones that we had that we can listen to? And you said, yeah.
Yes.
So is it not true that you were telling her the recording, I'm talking to them, don't say anything that can incriminate
No,
yourself?
that's not true.
It's not true.
I didn't say that. I
Not
never
one
told
time.
you. No, sir.
It wasn't even implied one time.
Nope.
So why are you having these other phones to talk outside of the phone calls?
I wanted to make her comfortable so I could find out if there was anything that wasn't known.
You want to make her comfortable. So you just had to go buy these other burner phones so law enforcement didn't know that y'all were talking?
Correct.
You agree that's suspicious, right?
Of course it is.
And you're doing it, correct?
I did.
With a woman charged with murder and burning her own husband, right?
I wanted to know.
But you didn't tell law enforcement until they pulled it out of you, right?
Not gonna put a banner up. I tried to find out. I wanted to know.
I'm gonna come back to some of these phone calls, but I want to talk about when you were. Let me try to step it back. Lower things just a little bit. You need restroom?
No, but I could use some water.
Oh, sure. Do we have?
Up here. It's empty.
Let me get you, I've got a bottle of water here. There's barely enough there.
Oh, thank you.
You go about. I was gonna say, let's go about 10 more minutes and take a break. So. It's gonna be a while. I know, but I'm sure the other folks want a break. Do you need one? You want a break? Oh, you're good? Okay, all right. This part of the new, we ready to go.
Okay.
When you were in the relationship with the defendant, you did or have some future plans to be together?
It was talked about. No plans.
No plans?
No plans.
None.
No specific plans.
Here we go. The wedding ring. I forgot about the wedding ring.
Did the defendant tell you that Gary was sick?
Yes.
Tell the jury what she told you, what ailment he had.
My understanding was it was esophageal cancer.
Throat cancer.
Yes,
And you had somebody, a friend, a young man that had died from that?
that's correct.
What did she describe he would do because of this? What things would happen to him?
He would throw up blood.
She'd have to change the sheets and things like that?
I'm assuming, yeah.
Did she
I
tell
don't,
she'd
I don't
have to do
remember
that?
that specifically, but yeah.
Did she tell she'd have to take care of him because he was throwing up?
Yes,
And she'd have to clean it up?
yes.
And it was really bad?
I don't remember the extremity of it, but
Well, was there the thought that she told you that he could die
yes.
and that it could be soon?
Again, I don't remember a time frame on it, but
All right.
Yeah.
But you did have a plan that when he died from a natural death, that y'all would hang out for about 6 months and see how things went before you started dating or getting together.
that number was
Just
said.
gonna add
It was actually a response to
her
actually Detective
wedding,
Hayes.
wedding set.
So that was a plan, 6 months or so to see how it went.
It's not a plan. It was just a speculation, but a spot.
But you did that to let things settle after Gary passed, right? That was the plan.
It was not a plan. There was not a lot of detail about it. And the 6 month I repeated what Detective Hayes had said.
And you said that was so the family could see how the family responded to the relationship. Is that true?
I don't know. Did I say that?
That's what I'm asking. Do you remember saying that?
I don't know. I don't recall that.
Do you recall searching for wedding bands on the internet?
I do.
What type of wedding bands did y'all have in mind? Let's not say a plan, but what type of idea did y'all have and what type of wedding bands did y'all want?
We talked about plain gold.
You're just adding to it.
To the degree that you would have these wedding bands, even if you weren't married, you would kind of go through the motions and hold yourself out like that, right?
Correct.
You don't think that's a plan?
I don't think it's a hardcore plan.
You just don't want to say plan, right?
That's your words, not mine.
No, sir. You had plans for wedding bands and you searched for wedding bands, right?
I did search for wedding bands.
In fact, in June 28, 2018, you were searching for wedding bands for her, right?
Probably. Could have been Christina. That's probably. Because I also looked up black diamonds too.
So could have been for Christina?
Sir?
For Christina?
Did you see that?
When you talked to law enforcement, the first time you talked to was July 7th, 2018 with the TBI. Do you remember that one?
It was not July 7th.
July 6th. I apologize. July 6th, that Friday?
Yes.
So on July 6th of 2018, you talked to the TBI. Agent Simmons, Agent Williams?
I remember the name Agent Simmons. I do not remember the lady agent's name.
Describe the agents for us. We've met them today, but describe, what do you remember about them?
I don't know, very, very professional. She, towards the end, she came across a little hard, but Simmons was very professional and very, not a problem at all. And I think there was a Coffee County Sheriff's deputy there too.
Oh, was it?
I think so.
And then the second time was July 10th of 2018. I think y'all met at your attorney's office, is that right?
That's right.
And the TBI agents were there, but also Sheriff's Office? Detective Hayes, Detective Pope?
Yes, yes. Not Coffee County.
Right, from Cherokee County.
Yes.
And they came up on July 10th.
Movie.
Yes, I think that's right.
What day is that? Tuesday?
Tuesday, yes.
All right, so July 6th is Friday and then Tuesday. So those are the first 2 times that you talked to law enforcement about the murder. Is that right?
Right.
And those were, the first one was not very long, but the 10th, I think y'all talked for hours. Is that correct?
Every one of them seemed like hours.
Long to you, were they not?
Yes, they were.
Very uncomfortable?
Yes,
Don't want to do it again?
ever.
But you weren't forthcoming in all your answers, were you?
I didn't know my name.
But you knew enough to talk for several hours, though. Do you agree with that?
I don't think I talked for several hours.
She did give
I might have
information.
been questioned for several hours, but I don't think I talked for several hours.
You did give information each time you talked to him, right?
I'm assuming I did.
And you didn't tell the whole truth in the beginning, did you?
Don't think so.
You know you didn't tell the truth.
No.
It's a lot easier if you just come out and say it. You didn't, you go with the TBI, how they treated you. You didn't necessarily like how the sheriff's office treated you.
Correct.
And that was because the demeanor of Sergeant Pope.
That is true.
Tell the jury how he was with you.
Very aggressive, vulgar, pushy, finger stuck up to my nose. I would back up. He would pull forward. I would back up. He would pull forward. Did that 3 times once. I had to ask him. Actually, I think I asked Detective Hayes to have Pope leave the room.
And how big are you, sir?
Sir?
How tall and how much do you weigh at the time in 2018?
Well, 6'3". I'm assuming that I'm still 6'3" and was then. I don't know. I'm probably in the 250 range.
Around 250. I think you went to the doctor and weighed one morning about 240 something. But do you remember what size Sergeant Pope was?
I wouldn't classify him as a great big fella.
And he never hit you, did he?
No, he never did hit
He
me.
never put a finger on you, did he?
He was very close. So I don't know if he touched me or not.
Well, I mean, he shook your hand, I assume, that day.
Well, yeah, but that's different.
But he didn't
I
threaten to
think
hurt you.
I think you're talking aggression.
Sure, he didn't threaten to hurt you or strike you or harm you or anything like that.
No.
Just was bad cop.
Yes.
I mean, got to cussing at you.
Yes.
Talked about death penalty, things like that.
Yeah, I
Talked
don't
about murder
like
cases, right?
the way he's speaking.
Put the
at all.
fear in you.
I don't
Fair
like
to
that.
say? You're doing pretty good. You're going to say yes or no.
Sir?
You're going to say yes or no. Not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should know that.
It's all right. It's all right. You've done pretty good till now. Yeah, you haven't.
The more
You don't do this every day.
justify, the
I mean,
more
at one point, he talks about the serious nature of the case, and they expose you to how serious of a case this is. Is that fair?
Yes.
And do you understand when someone's murdered and then burned, that is aggravating under the law? That is very serious.
I think
Do
they're
not know
going
the
to hang.
terminology, but it is serious. Yes.
I think
Do you agree murder is one thing, but then burning the body is also
I'll be right.
adding to that?
Of course. Yes.
So we're not talking about jaywalking or speeding. This is serious. And at one point they came with, I guess, fake arrest warrants or some type of warrants for you for two charges.
There was a arrest warrant given to me. I just immediately gave it to my attorney.
Right. A physical piece of paper.
Correct.
But not have been issued into the computer or signed by a judge. They just said, here's the things we're looking at with you,
The way
right?
I understood that it was an unsigned arrest warrant.
And do you remember what those charges were?
I do not.
Conspiracy and then concealing, do you remember?
No, sir, I do not.
But you do remember they presented you with an arrest warrant.
Correct.
You didn't like that, did you?
Well, no, I was scared to death.
Sure. Your attorney, Bobby Carter, after July 6th, so I think it's going to be July 10th of 2018, July 24th of 2018, and then June 25th of 2019. When you met, your attorney was with you during the whole time, right? Outside the first time.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, and he's a good guy, very smart guy, right?
Bobby?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, a good man.
Yes.
And he's actually a judge up there now, correct?
Correct.
So he knows what he's doing, right?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, you trusted him, correct?
I do.
You relied on him, right?
Yes.
And he would give you advice when this was going on, saying, I think this is in your best interest, or this is in your best interest, right?
It was, yes.
And that was putting on your mind of, I need to do some of these things, correct?
Yes.
So he was advising what he thought was in their best interest, and you agreed and did things for law enforcement, right?
We put a tap on my phone.
In fact, do you remember that during some of these meetings with law enforcement, y'all would be getting at it, and you'd have to stop and go out and meet with Bobby, and then y'all would meet and confer, and you come back in, and then y'all would talk more. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Because he'd have to talk to you, give you information, and then you would come and do certain things, right?
Bobby would try to calm me down.
I mean, an example would be Ashley Pope confronted you about where's your phone? If you're innocent, can we go through your phone? And you hesitated, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you remember going out, getting the phone after talking to your attorney, and then giving them the phone so they could try to dump the contents?
I do remember giving them my phone and them trying to dump it in some electronic box there at Bobby's, and it didn't work.
But you had left your phone in the car when you were meeting with law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Now, during these meetings, some of them were just long. They were just long meetings, right?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to listen to some of these meetings.
Some of them, yes.
You go back and try to remember as much as you can, correct?
I tried.
And they can get aggressive. Y'all can get at it. Both sides. Pope could go at you pretty good.
I don't remember both sides getting aggressive, but yes. Both.
Oh, that's fair. Sergeant Pope could get aggressive with you.
Correct.
But they were pushing you because they felt like you weren't telling them everything. Is that
Yes.
fair?
Uh-huh.
And you were not telling them everything, right? You were holding
But
back.
it didn't, yeah.
Yeah. But then at the same time, did you listen to it? Could you hear? Y'all sat around and ate candy together. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, I mean, I know you don't like watermelon because you didn't want watermelon during these meetings, correct?
Correct.
So during these heated meetings and when things are getting fierce, y'all could at the next moment get together and eat candy. So it just went up and down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Judge, this is good. Just gonna stop here. We'll take 10. You can step down. I'll get them to refill it. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Or you just go to the restaurant and then come back. I think you take that out, just leave it here.
So what are y'all thinking?
I mean, example would be Ashley Pope confronted you about where's your phone? If you're innocent, can we go through your phone? And you hesitated, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you remember going out, getting the phone after talking to your attorney, and then giving them the phone so they could try to dump the contents?
I do remember giving them my phone and them trying to dump it in some electronic box there at Bobby's, and it didn't work.
But you had left your phone in the car when you were meeting with law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Now, during these meetings, some of them were just long. They were just long meetings, right?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to listen to some of these meetings.
Some of them, yes.
You go back and try to remember as much as you can, correct?
I tried.
And they can get aggressive. Y'all can get at it. Both sides. Pope could go at you pretty good.
I don't remember both sides getting aggressive, but yes. Pope.
Oh, that's fair. Sergeant Pope could get aggressive with you.
Correct.
But they were pushing you because they felt like you weren't telling them everything. Is that
Yes.
fair?
Uh-huh.
And you were not telling them everything, right? You were holding
Well,
back.
it didn't, yeah.
Yeah. But then at the same time, did you listen to it? Could you hear? Y'all sat around and ate candy together. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, I mean, I know you don't like watermelon because you didn't want watermelon during these meetings, correct?
Correct.
So during these heated meetings and when things are getting fierce, y'all could at the next moment get together and eat candy. So it just went up and down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Judge, this is good. Just gonna stop here. We'll take 10. You can step down. We're gonna.
Wow.
I'll get them to refill it.
Oh,
Thank
it's
you.
just flying out of there. Look at that. He's pissed.
Or you just go to the restaurant and then come back. I think you take that out, just leave it here.
He's pissed. Now I know he gets in trouble somewhere and he wants off that stand. I don't know. I didn't catch that part. So this is a good thing that we're rewatching this. Now
June 25th, 2019, which is a Tuesday. All right, so I'm going to begin with July 6th, 2018.
we're still
I think, was it at your house with the TBI agents?
Daughter's house, but
Daughter's.
that's where I was living, so yes.
What do you remember about them showing up?
I was there alone upstairs in my bedroom. Heard, I don't remember, doorbell, knock on the door, dogs barking, something. Came out, I can look down onto the foyer and I could see several people walking away down the sidewalk. So I ran down the stairs and around through the kitchen and out into the garage. and opened up the big garage door and because they were out in the parking area.
And did you let them in your house to talk to you?
I did.
And did y'all have how would you describe the conversation?
Pleasant, professional. It was fun.
Did you know why they were there?
Well, not initially, but they told me.
What do you remember them asking you why or saying why they were there?
They just said that, asked me, did I know Gary and Melody Farris? And I said I did, and that they were, I don't remember exactly how it was worded, but basically that they were investigating a murder.
I'll be right
And
back.
that Gary had been murdered, and then there was an attempt for a cover-up. And they just wanted to talk to me about my whereabouts.
Do you remember them asking you when was the last time that you talked to Melody?
I do not remember that, but
Do you remember them asking whether it was a day ago, a week ago, a month ago, or a year ago? Do you remember that phraseology?
I think it was something like that, yes.
Do you remember saying maybe a week?
Well, I listened to the tape that you gave me, so yes.
Okay. So your answer on that day was the last time you talked to her was maybe a week.
Correct.
But you do agree with me, if you look at the calendar there, is it not true that you got July the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Tuesday the 3rd going into Wednesday the 4th. You agree with me that there were 3 main phone calls that you had with the defendant that night going into the next day?
I do.
Why didn't you tell him about those?
I don't know.
They asked you when was the last time you saw her in person. Do you remember what your answer was?
I do not.
If it was last summer or last year, do you remember saying that?
I do not remember what I said. No, sir.
Let me ask you today, going back on that, there at your house on July 6, 2018, when was the last time you physically saw the defendant?
I do not recall.
You have any idea? I know you're saying you don't recall, but do you have any idea?
No, sir. But you do, so you can tell me.
She's smiling and laughing. She's all like, yep, that's what I fell in love with. I fell in love with that.
Says you
guy.
listened to the recording.
Man, I love.
Do you remember after they told you Gary had been murdered and they were asking you questions about Melody? Do you remember pausing for quite some time and then saying, I don't know what I should be telling you?
I remember hearing that.
So you wouldn't dispute if you heard yourself say that you did do that.
I got to go get my cleaner. I'll be back.
Why did you say, I don't know what I should be telling you? Why did you hesitate to tell law enforcement about the defendant?
I'm being interviewed by the TBI for a murder that I know nothing about. You don't say nothing.
Did you do the murder?
No, sir.
Where were you in July 3rd, 4th, and 5th of 2018?
You should have a copy of that chart that I made that tells, and I have a copy of it, but I don't have it with me.
I just want you to tell the jury where
I
were
was
you
in,
at.
well, Tullahoma, my area.
Law enforcement got receipts and your phone records and
Yes.
showed you were not in Georgia, correct?
Correct. Even grocery receipts.
Like a video showing you getting groceries or something.
Sir,
A video showing you getting groceries?
Detective Hayes knows what my pasta salad recipe is now.
So if you didn't have anything to do with the actual murder, again, what would hesitate you to tell them what you did know?
If you don't know what you're talking about, keep your mouth shut.
But we've already established that you talked to the defendant over the 3rd and 4th for 3 phone calls, right?
Yes,
One of those was about 2 o'clock in the morning.
I think approximately. I don't know exactly.
Why did you give the defendant a credit card?
Because occasionally, she said Gary would cut the credit cards off, and I didn't want her to just be stranded and not be able to, get gas or something to eat.
In 2018, in July, when they talked to you, were you still in a relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
Still sexual in nature?
Yes. But at that point, we had not seen each other in quite some time. His name's echoing.
It's okay. But you were still having the affair, still ongoing.
We were still talking.
I think we argue over words. You were still in the same relationship you had been with her, right?
Just not physical.
She had your credit card,
She did.
still talking every day, sometimes twice a day.
Yes,
And pardon me, but during those conversations, y'all would talk about sex and everything else.
that's true.
Sounds like a relationship, right?
Not arguing that. No, I'm not. I'm not trying to. Yeah.
How much did the defendant like to clean?
A lot.
Is she a neat freak?
Yes.
Do you remember one of her friends by the name of Sherry?
Yes.
Did she spell her name differently?
Yes.
How did Sherry spell her name?
Don't know. I just remember that it was different.
It was different than normally spelled.
Yes.
Who was Sherry? Who is Sherry?
Just a friend of hers. I don't really know where Sherry came into the picture at or even where she lived.
Did Sherry go to Emily's wedding?
Yes.
How close of friends were the defendant and Sherry?
At the time, pretty close.
You know how they would spend their time together?
No, not really. I mean, I know they spent time together, but I don't know what all they would do.
Did you go to Jamaica with the defendant?
I did.
When was that?
September of 17,
How long did y'all go?
about a week.
Where'd y'all go? Well, do you remember the name of the resort?
Hito.
Excuse me?
Hito.
Hito? And do you know if the defendant had Sherry do anything with a credit card?
No, I don't know that.
What did she tell her children where she was at?
I don't know. Like I said, she could come and go as she pleased. So I don't, that was,
She could even go to Jamaica for 10 days or so and not question her whereabouts?
I'm assuming.
But you don't know what she said to her children? Again, I'm sorry, you're going to have to say yes or no.
I'm sorry. No.
I can see you, but for the record.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
No, I do not know what she said to them.
But was it a special occasion that y'all went to Jamaica?
It might have been my birthday.
Who paid for it?
I did.
July 10th, we'll move to that. So the next interview, July 10th of 2018. This is with the Sheriff's Office, Hayes and Pope, for the first time.
Okay.
When they came up and you met at the office, how did it start out?
I do not recall.
Do you remember reaching out to them through your attorney that you wanted to talk?
Do I remember reaching out to my attorney that
Did y'all initiate the conversation with law enforcement?
I'm not understanding what you're asking?
Who asked who to come and talk? Did y'all ask the Sheriff's Office to come and talk?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was because you wanted to correct some lies that you said or deception?
Phone number.
Tell the jury about that.
Whatever phone number I had given, one of the phone numbers that I had given was incorrect. And I called Bobby Carter, my attorney, and told him, I said, I think I've got the right phone number. And, I think he actually called and gave it to the TBI agent. And then they came up at the point to meet us.
And it was during this interview that you finally told them about the other phone?
I'm assuming. I don't.
Did the defendant tell you that Gary had moved out for quite some time? They had separated and he moved out?
I think that was like years before. I don't know any details on that at all.
When it came to what you knew of,
You're asking, did Melody move out? Or did
no,
Gary?
did Melody tell you that Gary had moved out of the home?
I do not remember that at all. No, sir.
When it came to the control of finances between the defendant and Gary, who controlled the finances?
According to her, Gary did.
And to what degree did he, according to her, control the finances?
100%.
But was she able to buy things or have things?
Anything she wanted.
He's
Do you
not.
know
in
why
state.
he controlled the money?
I do not.
Did you know about
Fear-
Ted Wiley?
I did.
But he can after the fact.
She never said that Gary had ever abused her, physically done anything to her?
No.
Do you remember Sergeant Pope kind of giving you at one point during the interview on the 10th, he starts talking to you about goodwill and vibes, or good vibes. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Do you remember anything where Sergeant Pope kind of kicked it up a gear to try to get you to get more information?
I remember that he did that. I don't remember specifically when.
And do you know why he was doing that? What was it that you were doing that made him start pushing you more?
I have no idea.
Do you remember Elizabeth Williams from the TBI? You were asked the question, who bought the defendant's other phone? I call burner, you say other. Should they press you on, did you buy that phone? Do you remember your initial response?
I do not.
Do you remember admitting that you did buy the phone for her?
I do not.
Now, on July 10th, you haven't mentioned anything about the burn pile. Is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know the time frame as to what was said when on that. I do not.
On July 10th, do you remember telling law enforcement that the last communication, not in person, but by text, that you had with the defendant was on July 5th when they were looking for Gary?
Yes.
Do you remember what that text was?
I think that's what it was. We're looking for Gary.
And respond ASAP?
You have it. I don't. I just remember.
No reason to disagree if that was the message.
No.
So the last time that you say that you talked to her was by that text on the 5th, the morning of the 5th, right?
Yes.
So you might just have one. The second one, yeah. We'll get you the page. All right. At one point, law enforcement asked you when Gary was on the 10th, when Gary had been murdered, they asked you about a motive. And they asked you who has the most to gain out of this. Who did you say had the most to gain out of the death of Gary?
I don't recall.
In that context,
Oh, thank you, Toy.
they were asked about
Welcome.
Chad Bruce. And do you remember telling law enforcement that Melody loves him to death?
I don't remember it, but you
Let
obviously.
me ask you independently. How does the defendant feel about Chad Bruce?
I think at the time she did.
Was Amanda's fiance at the time?
I don't know if they were engaged in or
But you know who that is, right?
Yes.
And you know who Amanda is?
I do.
And they're married now?
Yes.
And during this process, after the defendant was arrested, you met with Amanda quite some times, right?
They came up and got stuff from Martha out of the car. Yeah.
Talked to her on the phone or by text message?
I'm assuming. Yeah.
Chad also?
Yes.
you don't remember who bought the burner phone, the second phone? You don't remember whether or not you told law enforcement you did or didn't?
You've lost me.
Okay.
Starting,
The second phone that Melody had. The question was asked, who bought it? Do you remember what your answer was?
I do not.
Judge, may I approach the witness to refresh his recollection?
You've heard, Jeff, you have my copy.
So see if you can see the screen there.
What am I looking at?
Talking about the phone, you read that line there.
This was my words?
Yep.
Says,
Just read it to yourself, now I ask you.
I will say yes. I
Read,
bought.
I'm sorry, read to yourself, it's just a legal rule, just read it to yourself.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection of what your answer was, who bought the second phone first?
I'm assuming that's what I said. So.
Right. The way the rule works is they show you or is that better? They either show you or play you your statement.
Yes, sir.
All right. The question is, does that refresh your recollection? Does that make it come back to you anew that that's what your conversation was? If your answer is yes, then you can say, yes, I remember, and that's what I said. If it doesn't refresh your memory as to what you said, then you say, no, that does not refresh my memory as to what was said. All right.
Here's my question again. Who bought her second phone?
I do not know.
So she did.
It is 42 minutes and 27 seconds. How much money did the defendant know that Gary would have in his ATM or bank account at times, like a month?
It varied.
And how much would he have?
I mean, it could be anywhere from a few hundred to a few $1,000s.
Was there times that there would be $40,000 deposited in the account, and then the next day most of it would be Gary would move it to something else,
That sounds familiar. Yes.
and that he would have $500,000 to $600,000 a year that he would make?
Yes.
All right, I want to turn now to July 24th, 2018. Law enforcement comes back and meets with you again. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that because your attorney and you want to clarify something?
I do not recall that.
When they met with you, where did y'all meet again? Was it Bobby's office?
Yes, sir.
And that was about a 2 to 3 hour meeting with them. Does that sound about right?
I do not know.
Do you remember at some point that during the meeting that you had to take a break with Bobby and go out and do some more talking?
Yes.
And that was because they were pressing you with information. Is that right?
Correct.
Pope didn't believe that you were telling him everything, and Hayes didn't believe that you were giving him all the information about those phone calls on the 3rd or the early morning of the 4th around 2 a.m., right?
Right.
They didn't believe that you were telling them everything that was said on those phone calls. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they were pushing you to give more information.
Yes.
And because of that, you had to go stop and go talk to your attorney because you did have more information that you ended up telling them, right?
I stopped to go talk to my attorney because I was flipping out.
And after talking to the attorney, you did come back in and give them more information. Is that correct?
I came back in and told them something. Yes.
I mean, you walked back in, right?
I did.
You opened your mouth and you told them the words, correct?
I did.
They didn't have to pull it out of you. You actually said what was going on.
Well, it's a matter of opinion as to pull it out of me when you are threatened the way I was.
And in your presence, Bobby, you were explaining that you were loyal to the defendant, correct?
I do not remember saying that, but
But you were there when your attorney was talking. Is that true?
Yes.
Right before.
Well, I think he talked to them without me, but no, I could not swear to that one for sure. But I think they talked to them without me.
At some point, though, you come back in and it's you sitting there with your attorney, Detective Hayes is there, and Sergeant Pope's there. Is that true?
That's correct.
And now you're ready to come back and give them more information that you had not told them, right?
I'm ready to walk in and tell them something.
And you're going to tell them about a conversation that you had with the defendant on July 4th around 2 or 2:30 in the morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, you said it was the last part of the last conversation in that night. Is that right?
That's right.
And it was about Gary being in the burn pile.
That's what I said.
Tell the jury what you said the defendant told you during that conversation on July 4th, 2018.
I said that she said that this is not going to be word for word, but she said that Gary was on the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, Gary was on the burn pile. And I said, don't say nothing else to me. Something like that.
Would it refresh your recollection you can't remember the exact words?
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at something to see if it does?
You're welcome to show it to me.
Here's my approach.
I love this guy. Absolutely. I mean, it's a love-hate relationship here. He's old. It's been years ago. I can't remember everything I ever said to my ex. But if you show it to me, it'll ring a bell.
Here's a transcript of the recording. Now here's the rule. I'm gonna hand it to you where it says R. Barton. Read it to yourself. I know. Read it to yourself, and then I'm gonna ask you some questions. Don't read it aloud.
Go ahead. You go ahead and read it. What is the recording from?
The recording is July 24th, 2019.
Interview?
It's an interview with the TBI and the sheriff's office.
All right, so this is a
transcript of that.
That's where I'm going. Who prepared it?
We had a contract for the office prepared.
Y'all paid someone to do it.
Yes, and just what I would also, if
it is a transcription. I have called it an interpolation. It is not a transcript. It is not a court transcript. It is not done by deposition, sworn under oath, in court, anything of that nature. Correct? So I'm just saying, so when they're going to refer to it as a transcript because that's what they're used to calling things where people take down what people say and spit it out in a written format. But it is not a transcript to the extent that it is a deposition or certified court testimony. This is what someone who was paid to listen to the recording typed out and prepared and gave to the district attorney's office. All right.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Somewhat.
Just this time, if I can have the jury step out and play it for him outside their presence.
I'll step out for a minute.
Yes, we did. It was played actually, I think, in closing arguments or close to it. Yeah, it was, Ronnie. And I hadn't heard it, and my mouth hit the floor.
For defense counsel, this is going to be from Rusty, the file that I think it says Rusty and has his interviews. This is going to be for Rory Barton 072418. I'm going to label it as Barton 1. And it is a recording. It's 2 hours and 32 minutes and 4 seconds long. I'm going to cue it up at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 44 seconds. I'm going to start at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 13 seconds. So, Judge, I tendered Barton 1 into evidence this time. as just as an exhibit. I'm not turning it into the case in front of the jury.
Right. All right, go ahead.
All right, sir, I'm gonna play this. Let me know if you can hear it, okay?
Is that
Absolutely not.
I want you to, could you maybe diagnose the first call that would be an interest to us, not the time or anything about what
I
happened?
think there was only one conversation that is what you're looking for.
Okay.
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 And it was the last conversation.
Okay.
And
It would be safe to say there wasn't much talking after that.
no, that was the end of the conversation.
Okay.
And is that the last time you've spoken with her? No.
But I talked to her, I talked to her every day, but again, every day was just every day.
So when let's talk about that conversation that you feel was.
So probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I
What burn
said,
pile?
what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
Okay.
And that is everything, period.
You discussed with her.
Period.
She didn't say anything about.
Nothing before, nothing since. When I talked to her after that, it was, it was just like it was portrayed to y'all. We're looking for Gary. And
Did she say, okay, so there was we ain't gonna get the time.
I stopped it at 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 44 seconds. So having listened to your statement about the burn pile, can you tell me in your own words what you said?
She said he was in the burn pile.
Can you give me the whole couple of sentences that you said?
And I said, what? She said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, don't tell me anymore. I don't need to know.
So you can't fully remember? You
No.
can't say it verbatim?
No, sir.
Was your memory at the time that you said it to law enforcement in July 24th, 2018, was your memory the best at that time when you said it?
No, sir.
I mean, was it better then than it is now?
No, sir.
Do you agree that what you heard you say, that was you saying it?
Yes, sir.
And that was inaccurate? What you said is what you said to law enforcement.
It is what I said.
Judge, I'm going to play the statement under past recollection.
What's the discrepancy from what you just testified to?
Well, he can't say everything verbatim. And also, it's a prior inconsistent statement that I'll be playing later on.
What's inconsistent about it?
Well, no, when we get to his.
He's going to get to something that he
Right,
says.
then I'm
he
going to
said
play it then, so I was just going to go ahead and play it now. I can wait.
Oh my gosh, really?
I don't know what's inconsistent at the moment in what he's saying or why you need to introduce a statement because he has essentially said that's what he told the cops.
Judge, there's two lines of thought here. Prior inconsistent statement under 24-6-6-13.
What's the inconsistency?
It's not there yet. The one is that. No, Judge. The inconsistency
is upcoming because he said it was a different conversation on a different day.
Sconiers v. State, S24A 0139, April 30th, 2024. The failure of a witness to remember making a statement, like the witness's flat denial of that statement, may provide the foundation.
He has not flatly denied making the statement. He substantially adopted what was said in the conversation that you just played. So why is there a need to play it?
One, because when a witness says, I can't remember, that's a prior inconsistent statement.
You've
Two,
now confronted him with the statement and he has adopted it.
right, and so he has to, when the jury comes out, he's going to have to be able to say the whole statement. He's not going to be able to do that.
What is inconsistent with what he just said on the stand just now from what he said in the recording?
I'm not on the inconsistency, Your Honor. It's past recollection recording.
You have refreshed his memory. He knows what he said. Right. He just said what he said. You're saying there's 3 words different. What's the issue there?
One, precision. I think it matters that they hear the exact words. I think that's an important thing, Your Honor. I don't think a
Well,
word
you
off
can
here-
cross-examine him. Isn't it true that you said, and you can say it to him, and then he can say, yes, that's what I said, or no, that's not what I said.
You're just not going to let me. I'm just not going to be able to play it under this.
There's no reason to play it at this point.
Well, then I'll move on, Judge.
All right.
Dang, I
Okay,
forgot about
bring him
that.
back in.
I forgot about this, y'all. That got a little pissy. Yeah, it got a little pissy. Y'all, that was interesting.
You have him under cross. You can ask him, isn't it true that these were your exact words?
I understand, Judge, and I will do that. The court's ruled. I'll follow the ruling.
Oh my gosh, what do you think about that? I know it was inconsistent, very much so inconsistent.
Mr. Barton, on July 24th, 2018, while meeting with your attorney who was present and Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope, after they had to take a break to get you to give more information that you did not originally give, you told them that the defendant, probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know. Those were your words to law enforcement in July the 24th of 2018. Is that true?
Yes.
And then afterwards, you said, that is everything, period, correct?
Yes.
And you also told law enforcement, did you not, that if I'm going to give an ounce, I'm going to give a pound, right?
Good drama.
I don't recall that, but
Would you dispute it?
no, I would not.
Sorry. We're still.
And you made it clear she told you Gary was in the burn pile, that that's everything she said and that's what happened, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that she made the statement to you that you said she said on July 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning, Gary had not been reported missing yet. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Now, in July, when you gave this statement to law enforcement, you did mention something about taking some Advil PM or Tylenol PM. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
But you never said about being afraid or terrified that you couldn't, because you were so scared from what was going on that you couldn't say what happened. Isn't that true?
I don't know what you're at. I don't know what you're saying.
In July 2018, July 24th of 2018, when you told law
During this
enforcement,
conversation?
Yes.
Yes.
You never mentioned I'm scared and I need to, that wasn't right what I just said. You never said I was scared, did you?
Not to law enforcement.
You never told them you were scared, did you?
Not to law enforcement.
There's not going to be a recording of you saying I was scared and that's why I said what I said.
True.
And that night that you said about the defendant telling you that he's in the burn pile, you never came back and said, I need to recant that this night, did you? You know, in July of 2018, you never came back and said, I need to recant that. That was wrong.
Not in July 2018.
Correct. You didn't do that, did you?
I did not.
And you didn't do that. You actually didn't recant until your statement in June of 2019. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And in June
That kills me that.
25th of 2019, I want to turn to that one. Melody was just arrested with you in her presence in the vehicle, right?
Correct.
The week before. The
Correct.
18th, I believe.
I don't know the date, but yes.
And after she was arrested, a couple of days later, you then get in contact with law enforcement and want to tell them something. Is that true?
I don't recall if we contacted them to get them to come back or if they just came back.
But you want to tell them, you want to recant the statement you gave about Gary
I did.
being on the burn pile.
I did.
So you got with him and you want to tell them that I want to recant this,
Correct.
retract it, right?
Yes.
And when you met with them in June the 25th of 2019, your attorney was with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Sergeant Pope was there. Is that correct? Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope?
I'm going to say yes, but I couldn't, yeah, I'll say yes.
Well,
I'm not 1,000% sure.
Was law enforcement from Cherokee County there?
They were.
And they came up to Tennessee to meet with you, right?
Yes,
And you were meeting at your attorney's office, correct?
yes.
And you were there for the purpose because you wanted to tell them or clarify something. Is that correct?
Again, I don't know if they came up to see me or if we requested them to come up. I do not recall that who set the meeting.
So on this meeting in June of 2019, after the defendant's been arrested and you were with her and all that, what did you tell law enforcement that what was wrong with the first statement about being on the burn pile? How did you retract that? What did you say?
Well, I don't have the verbatim, and that seems to be important, but basically what I said was, what I told you was correct, but when it happened was not correct.
So what you said is she did say those words to me, but it was just a different date?
Yes.
And so what date did you say that she told you that Gary was in the burn pile?
I don't know that I set a date. I just said that I had gone to Martha's house. Martha had told me, and then while I was there, Melody had called, and then she told me.
Do you remember saying it could have been July 9th?
I do not know what day it was.
But looking at the calendar on the floor there, July 2018, you talked to the GBI, excuse me, the sheriff's office with the TBI on July 10th of 2018. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
And then you talked to him again on July 24th of 2018. You agree with that, correct?
Yes.
And on July 24th, 2018, you tell them, Melody told me Gary's in the burn pile. I don't want to know about it, don't want to talk about it, right?
Yes.
So you're saying that at some point you got the date wrong. Would it have been before the 24th?
Yes, it was before the 24th.
Was it closer to the 9th of July or a different date?
I don't think anything transpired on the 9th of July.
So tell us, what day did this conversation happen where the defendant said Gary's in the burn pile that you say is a different date from July 4th at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I do not know the date, but I do know that it happened after Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope had been up, because after they left, I went to Martha's house, and that's when it was. So it would have been after that.
Fair enough.
After the defendant was arrested, you had an opportunity to talk with her while she was in the jail. Is that right?
Uh-oh. Here we
And you
go.
were able to listen to some jail calls that I had to confirm that that was you on the jail calls. Is that right?
That's right.
It was you talking. Is that correct?
That's
It
correct.
was the defendant talking. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And they were fair and accurate recordings of your conversations with her while she had been arrested in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Being here in Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, right?
I'm assuming so.
At the jail here in the county. And some of those times that she was in the jail, you talked to her about meeting and talking with Amanda and Chad. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you would actually check on Melody, ask her questions, or she would tell you stuff, and then you would go and talk to Amanda and Chad about things. Is that right?
I'm assuming yes.
And one of those meetings was on June 24th, 2019. Is that correct?
That was, you talking about a phone call?
Yes, phone call with the defendant.
Okay, there was a phone call most every day.
All right. So you agree that you had a conversation with her in jail on June 24th, 2019. Is that fair to say?
If you have it down, yes.
Who doesn't remember
June 24th of 2019. That's the day before you go and actually meet with law enforcement and quote recant your statement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the defendant telling you that you need to explain to Amanda about the chess match
Yes.
and ask you if you've been interviewed, and you say, I'm going to be tomorrow by our two favorites? Do you remember saying that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's because the next day you were going to go up and meet with them and Bobby, and that's when you recanted, correct?
I'm assuming yes.
Remember the defendant talking about, well, there has been a very well played orchestra in this?
Yes.
And tell Amanda about Chris? She would tell you to tell Amanda about things about Chris and Scott?
I remember hearing that on the recording, but I don't know what that meant.
June 26, 2019, do you remember in jail call there that the defendant told you need to stress to Amanda that she needs to find out whatever kind of trouble Chris is in and have that dealt with?
Yes.
And that you need to explain to Amanda that there is a well-played orchestra?
Yes.
And you need to explain the chess match to her?
Yes.
And that she was supposed to meet with somebody and be interviewed? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but who was somebody? Sir,
That she was supposed to be interviewed either by an attorney or somebody in the case.
okay, I don't know.
Now, I had you listen to, in full, 2 of the phone calls. Do you remember that?
You had me listen to a bunch of phone calls.
Do you remember that in July 5th of 2019, the defendant had a preliminary hearing? That was the one that was on TV that you watched. You remember that?
Yes,
You did watch it on TV, right?
part of it, yes,
And she wanted you to watch. Is that correct?
yes.
We have a new sponsor. I'm working up there.
And listen to that
Commercial.
July 5th, 2019 conversation that y'all had about the prelim. Was it a fair and accurate conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
This time, Judge, I'm tendering to evidence calls 13. So July 5th, 2019 jail conversation.
All right, move. Go ahead.
On the line. Hold for acceptance.
Oh, this ought to be fun.
Remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed and may automatically disconnect this call. This call is also subject to being recorded or monitored, except your call has been accepted. Hey.
But, hey,
You okay?
no,
That's
you watch
fair.
yes, watched it live.
No. I have no idea. I've already voted.
Did you watch it with Bobby?
No, I didn't know it was going to be on until it was going.
Okay.
And found it, but I finished it him to watch.
Okay.
They didn't talk much. Bobby said they wouldn't have said that. They wasn't supposed to. Because it was recanted. It was said under duress, and they wasn't supposed to use it.
Right.
But there's a whole lot they left out, but I had not seen it all.
Well, I had a minute, Michael and I talked back and forth during this, and he talked to Amanda afterwards. And, it's okay.
I know they're devastated because all of us are. How are you?
I'm okay. Oh, you do need to call Amanda, though. And
You sure?
explain, do what?
You sure you'll talk to me?
Yeah. 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 Michael talked to her afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah. And I talked to her.
What happened?
Do what?
You said explain to her what happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still a whole lot that don't make any kind of sense to me whatsoever.
Well, that's what Michael said.
I told them, I said, I've never been so afraid of anything in my entire life. Because I didn't know my name. And Bobby said, that happens all the time. Well, it ain't supposed to happen to me. And I should have better control of my faculties.
Poor guy.
No, that's what. Oh.
Poor guy. He's such a manly man.
Do what?
That's what fear will do.
Sure. So who watched it with you?
Nobody. I watched it by myself. I just pulled it up on the computer. I turned it on just right before I started talking about it.
I think it was.
So can you go back and watch the entire thing then?
I think so. I haven't tried.
Okay, let's talk about that. Y'all want to talk about that? Or do you want to listen? We'll listen to the rest of this. Don't let me forget the live.
WSB TV Facebook page. And I don't know if you're not on Facebook, if you can get into it or not.
Right. We'll see if Bobby can get you into it.
Yeah. Said it was about 2 hours. I thought it was over with and then realized they had taken a 10-minute recess.
Correct.
Yeah. So I thought it was over with. I didn't see nothing after the recess.
Oh, okay. So you really need to watch that.
Okay. Well, I just a few minutes ago sent it to Bobby to tell him where he defined it so he could watch it.
Right. Now, I was gonna say, I wish you would do that and let him talk to you.
Okay.
Michael did say that he'd be talking to you.
Okay.
Let him know, and I said, definitely.
So, yeah.
I love you.
I love you too, baby.
I love you, honey.
I'm sorry you're in this.
Yeah, me too. Apparently, Kristen Scott was there. Emily was there. Emily looks horrible. See, I was told not to even look back that direction. So.
Well, and that's what they said on TV. You didn't even turn and look at her family. That's
Well, I was told not to keep my head down and do not look to the back.
right. Don't look back and don't show any emotions.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you for calling.
Did you think I wouldn't?
I was afraid.
Pinocchio was singing loud today.
Yeah. Yeah. Still the chess game.
Very much so.
Mm-hmm.
But please call Amanda and explain to her. Because she said she had some questions for you. That she was, she said she hadn't eat, or she had slept, she had whatever, and they had actually just left Michael just 2 minutes ago talking to him. So.
Okay. Well. Yeah, I'd be glad to talk to her.
Bethany, she said she's got some questions that I won't answer,
Right.
Amanda, just remember that, what is it is.
I don't know why I kept thinking it was the 7th.
And remember what they can do at this hearing.
Quite sure.
Right.
But yeah, you need to go back and watch the entire thing.
Okay. I'll do that.
And keep it. But yeah, definitely watch it with, him.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he told me that he had just settled a big court case that he thought was going to have him tied up all month, so he was going to be a lot more accessible. Wasn't really hoping that I needed him.
Good afternoon.
Obviously, we do.
Well, Michael told me, he said, no, I know it sounds bad. He said that if you go back and watch it again, he explained to me what's not,
Right. Yeah. I just hope he's got the knowledge that, Manny said he had.
You checked on MJ lately?
I talked to her today after all this.
How is she?
She said, I think I'm going to need a pill. I said, yeah, me too. She said, well, come on over, I'll give you one.
I don't know how close that we are on time, but
8 minutes, 35 seconds from when it started ringing, I think.
okay.
I don't know how long you got.
15 minutes.
Okay, well, don't waste it. Call her back at me when you can.
Well, I mean, this phone call will be 10 minutes. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, like I said, I'm gonna try to talk to Bobby. Give him time to find that thing and see if he can watch it. I'll find it again and see if I can watch it.
I would have never not called you.
Huh?
I would have never not called you.
Thank you.
So when did you recant?
2 weeks ago. I've been trying to ever since last year, and Bobby just said, well, you don't need to say nothing unless something happens, because if nothing happens, then it don't matter.
Right.
And I tell him all the time, Bobby is killing me that I said something wrong.
Well, even how they said it today in court, the second go around wasn't right.
No, we got moving. I don't know if we have verdict yet. Do y'all know?
Ronnie. We have something. I was working on our commercial. I think we got a question or, oh, wait a minute. She's not wearing her pearls today. She's got her earrings, but she ain't got the necklace, which means she's prepared to go in. Let's see if she actually has any jewelry on, her rings or anything. Because if she doesn't have anything on, this may be verdict. Where is the sound law in crime? There we go. Do we have a hung jury? Where's the sound?
Which word is? But I believe it's calls with Melody and Rusty. Rusty asking for corroboration of Melody's statement. Then second request is Rusty interview with Pope, original statement about comment on burn pile. And Pope's response, you know what this means.
Oh, we may not have a hung jury, y'all. We may not.
3, call plate in closing argument with Melody and Rusty, full call.
I know, right?
Right, then
they want the full call. They don't want the redacted.
Either more difficult or easier to answer questions, because it's probably going to be you have the evidence and you're not going to hear any other evidence except for you to determine these things that you're requesting if there is any evidence of it. First, how far back were Gary's emails checked for straight talk charges? Were deleted emails checked for straight talk charges? Was a travel CPAP ever found? Which device, phone or laptop, was the device picking up the Google pings for Gary?
They can't have that information.
Then a comment question after that, raw data, Google services raw data export for Gary.
Yep. It's going to send her to prison if she goes.
And then 4, AT&T Verizon tower data. So I don't know if there's anything for me to tell them other than the evidence is closed. They have all the evidence that's been submitted, and it's for them to determine whether they have those things in the evidence. All right. As for the calls, do y'all have an idea? If you want to look at it and see if that helps you get a better idea.
The first one and the third one is the same call.
They should be the same.
The third one would be the part that you allow, which is only very paid for. Just the practices is they only play a really small portion of it.
Is that what can you figure out that first word is? Call you.
They're talking about the application of the recording is called call.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I had no idea what that meant.
Call with Melody and Rusty, asking for corroboration of Melody's statement, and then call plate and closing arguments with Melody and Rusty, full call.
There has been a lot not admitted into evidence. A lot.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's the same call.
Maybe just play that.
We can play that call and then I'll ask them if that's what they wanted. Was there something else that they needed?
How long is that call?
It's an hour.
All right. That's what
And then,
I wore a full sleeve shirt today, so hoping that wasn't going to be in my room for an hour.
as far as.
Poor baby.
I will turn on my fan now.
I will say, for the digital requests, they do not have a printout of the tower dumps. The full tower dumps were admitted for Lindsay to be able to testify about them, but we did not print out the full tower dump. Yeah. So we probably need to print those out if they want the full tower dump. I don't know if they're going to know how to read it.
Right.
But
So you gave them the report. We admitted the full records so that the witness could testify about them and give you the summary report with the
because
data.
tower dumps were not even in her PowerPoint. She
Right.
just testified about searching and the number not being found, or being found those 3 times other people called her. So
We can provide those to them, but they may not be able to decipher them.
well, and if they're printed, yeah, they won't be able to search for a phone number. You know, they won't be able to do what, yeah.
Right.
So, and then everything else, yes, I agree that they just need to.
All right.
Yes.
Y'all have any objection to me telling them that we will give them the cell phone dump data if they want it?
How many pages is it?
I don't know. I haven't looked.
I mean, it's.
It's gonna be lots and lots of pages.
We can show it to them on the screen and scroll through it and say, you're welcome. I'll give it to you if you want it. It was admitted.
Was it?
In fact, we probably need, it needs to be part of the record, really.
I think you could probably bring them out and just ask them, like, we get a, here's how many.
Before we print it out, I'll ask them.
Yeah.
And I'll let Ms. Frankish put it up on the screen if she'll show y'all what she has. And then we will show them, this is what it looks like. And if you want it, we'll give it to you, but it's indecipherable.
You never know. There may be a phone brainy in there.
If they want the full hour recording, which is
They
fine.
mentioned also the interview with public.
Right, how much of the interview?
Play it all.
Was it?
Yeah, the only part we played of the interview was
Oh, yeah, they just won't.
the only part we played was when they
Zach had to prove he could behave before he earned his wrench.
came back in.
I've got it, I just gotta find it.
Right, when they came back in with the,
Yes, I can cue that up, but I'll need to get the exact. Can I do that, Judge?
yeah,
It is not showing me how many pages it will print because it's in like a notes format.
Oh, good God. Yeah, put it on the screen.
yeah, we'll put it up on the screen and show them. I'll let you roll through it and let them. Maybe they just want to know that it exists.
Sure.
So this is gonna look really.
I thought he said.
Because it's in note, okay? So.
Oh,
Oh, is it in text format?
It's in text format.
You should be able to open that in Word. If you point Word to the file and say, open this file, that may make it a little bit easier to digest.
Judge, can I get the?
Not much.
I was going to offer it to him, but I was going to offer, but I thought I'd let him beg.
Well, it's calculating, we're at 497.
Yeah. That's, I guess,
Oh, man.
if we don't have to print it out
Yep.
for the record, that does need to be
Nope. I don't
attached to
think
the
so.
digital file to the
I think she is.
record.
She is.
2,885.
All right.
And that's just one tower.
And I think we went to,
Okay.
he went to the pregnant part.
Well, we'll let you push it up to the screen and just kind of roll through it so they can see what it looks like.
Oh my gosh, y'all.
Yeah, that's fine.
Seriously, y'all. Seriously, y'all. Come on now. Come on.
That's right. I think it was 141.
So I guess maybe that's right then.
No, but it's not. It started at 1 to 2.
Did
It starts at.
did y'all take good notes when we played them portions of where we started and where we
Well, you
stopped?
I do, Judge. I can get there. I just got to make
We
sure.
need to-
Yes.
Next one of these we have, we're gonna have a separate.
So
Go feed.
I'll need a separate
We'll be back. We'll be here
person
when you come back.
cataloging the evidence.
The
Yeah,
variety
this is real bad for her.
are broken down by
They're
table
looking at guilt.
in Excel format. And that
Judge, do I need to do something to get the volume here, or is that?
Well, I can do something. No, she is not.
I'm just going off the, yeah.
She is not wearing her wedding ring.
Switch it to,
Ah,
just get right there.
what's one? The,
One is when you plug in a computer.
got it. Thank you. Maybe.
No, she's not wearing it.
We talked and, that 74-minute
That's where if we're here next week, I have court scheduled every day for other things
Oh,
that
she
I
is.
need to hear
Yep,
that I haven't been able
she
to
is.
hear for a month.
There's the rock.
And if they want to, I may try to find a courtroom somewhere else in the building for me to hold court on. I know, but I know that's an issue because the building's full, but we'll try to figure that out. But if we do, and they want to view something or listen to something that's going to be an hour or so, I may ask if we can do that without me being present. Me come in, us set it up, play it, me go take care of other work, and then if there's some issue that comes up, I'll come back and put it on the record. But hopefully we won't have to deal with that for various issues, but if we do, it may be that we don't have another location to do it, and so I may be holding court in here and then have to kick them out for us to deal with the jury if they're still here.
What kind of stuff you got?
I have court every day.
Oh, wait,
I have
What happened to their sound?
I'm calling all of y'all's cases in.
What I do know is that's what was said, and that's what I said. You said something to the.
We have 1 day of motion for new trial status conferences on Zoom, so I can do those in the office. I have a Zoom.
Okay. Yeah, they're having mic issues. But doesn't look like this is going to go well. Wow. Is this not? This is weird. I don't want background. Wow. Oh, sneaky. Oh, well, I don't know. That ring's pretty. I'd keep the bling bang. I'd keep it. But the daughters will fight over it for sure. Yeah. Yeah. The daughters would fight over it for sure. For sure. Yep. Dang it. I can't do that. Can't do it. Trying to do something and it won't let me do it, and it's pissing me off. Said the money, it doesn't. It's true. Money does a lot of bad things to a lot of people. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, they will remove it from her finger the moment there's arrest. It will be physically removed from her finger. It would. They would not continue to allow that to be on her hands. Too valuable. Yeah. Well, I'm the only daughter, and I won't be getting it. It'll go with her. I can't imagine her not taking it with her. Which is, I guess, okay. It is what it is. I can't do anything about it. I think I like that one better. We have a new sponsor. And so I am in the process of creating a sponsor page. Yay! Yeah. Yeah. Well, like if she went with the little earrings, that would stay in a property bag in the jail. But if she's going to get like 30 years, 20 years, you don't want it to sit there. And then, what's the word I'm looking for? If, I'm trying to think of what I'm trying to say. If she's going away for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, okay, she might want to keep it away from the kids. But if she's going a long time, I wouldn't leave it in the jail. It'll disappear. Oh, I know it. Yeah, exactly. For the love of money. My grandmother used to say that instead of cussing. For the love of money. I was like, Grandma. She goes, hush. I said, I don't understand. What do you mean? So, it is what it is. No, I miss my Mimi too. I really do. I was talking about my granny and Mimi yesterday. I went home and I was like, oh man. Okay, we're gonna go back to the testimony that we've all been enjoying. Here is the recap.
I know, and that's what I said. I told them that 50 times.
I called mine Granny.
Well, there still is no evidence.
She loves to be called Granny.
No, I think everything they got can easily be explained.
Well, and I don't know that they got anything.
Well, that's true too.
Because there is nothing to have because I didn't do anything.
Right.
Right.
Oh. Well, just remember that Michael knows how sick he was and what he was going through.
I know.
Yep.
I do know.
I know. I know better.
I know, and I'm not upset with you.
Thank you.
Just remember, this is all us, you know. If you do, you need to go back and really watch it and all of it.
I will. I will.
I'll do my best to call you back tonight
Okay.
after you've watched it. See?
Yes. I'm gonna watch it.
I love you.
I love you. Be strong.
I will.
All right.
I promise you do.
I'm telling myself that every day, ever since last year.
Oh my gosh. The judge We got some breaking news. Now, you know, I'm not going to really cover the Diddy case, and I've got my reasons, but it's okay. However, we got some breaking news. The judge ruled that all victims' names must be made public. Possibly that may be to stop the onslaught of victims that are screaming forward. They're just coming up by the hundreds. There are some real victims and there are some not so much real victims. So, yeah. Yeah. So I am glad because there's a point to where people, even if everybody else is correct, coming up and jumping on the bandwagon to make money. So, we're back. Get him back and running. We're back, y'all. We're back. So, if all victims' names will have to be named publicly, the judge is not going to accept the victims who are not named. No more. Okay, we'll hop over here till I see more head movement.
There you are.
Yep. He has a right to know who his accusers are, whether he's innocent or guilty.
Hey, baby. I love you.
Hi, darling. I love you.
Oh.
Oh,
Take a breath.
I am. Call me when you can.
I will. Talk to Amanda. Okay?
I will.
Okay. This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
Okay. I love you. Bye.
That's okay. They already terminated it.
This conversation with the defendant was after the preliminary hearing where they talked about the evidence in the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had said that you had waited to tell law enforcement. Can you hear me? You said that you waited to tell law enforcement that you recanted or made a mistake or said something that wasn't true for several months. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't tell the defendant that you had said what she told you back in July 24th of 2018. You had not told the defendant that you told law enforcement about her saying he's in the burn pile.
So we're back in court over here, making sure my volume is up. I'm trying to design my no, I don't like that. Don't like the way that looks. I'm trying to find fonts for my new sponsor. They may not. They may not. The insurance company may hold out depending on the investigation, if it continues or not. It may be held for quite a while. Yeah. Here comes the judge. Volume's up. So that's all I can do, y'all. Trying to find some
Couple of questions. I'm going to go over those with you. I've spoken with the attorneys. As far as your questions 1 and 2 about emails and deleted emails and straight talk charges and whether a travel CPAP machine was ever found, the evidence is closed. You have received all the evidence. You will not be receiving any additional evidence if that evidence was provided for you or not. y'all have as much information as you're going to receive. As, same thing with 3, except that information on the device and pings for Google should be in the information you have. Well, so if y'all want to write down a note to try to further ask that information, it may be that you can't tell because the ID hides the phone number or what the device is. I believe we took up that information outside your presence, and it may not have been explained to you, but you have what you have. As far as your question about the ATT and Verizon tower data, there's a reason that has not been provided to you. It's somewhere around 2,400 pages of data. It was provided to the expert. It was admitted and tendered into evidence. It was not presented to you. I've asked Ms. Frankish to pull it up, and she's going to just kind of show you what it looks like on the screen. So for which one is this one, Ms. Frankish? So that's what an AT&T tower dump looks like, which is why it was given to an expert, and the expert provided analysis and gave that analysis to you. But that's what the raw data looks like.
And the Excel worksheets are Verizon towers.
So Verizon puts it in a format that you can decipher somewhat more.
And is broken down by their towers near the house.
So would you like to peruse that anymore, or do you have any other questions about it? It does exist, so it is on your evidence log, but you were not actually, I don't even know if you were actually shown the raw data, but it was provided to the expert testified about it. All right. You need a notepad? Yeah. Yeah. Here, just give him
Hell has no fury like a woman's scorn. Yep. I don't doubt. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as the phone call, we have the phone call with Rusty's interview with Pope. We have that queued up. We believe that the call that y'all are asking for in 1 and 3 are the same. If not, we have the full call pulled up between Melody and Rusty. That is about an hour long. Is that what y'all want to listen to? And do y'all want to listen to the full hour? And do you want to listen to it now or later? That's fine too. This is right. Y'all can huddle up and talk and decide what you want. There was a jail call where he talked to her again. Right? Is that it? I'm gonna let y'all huddle up and see if y'all can clarify what you're wanting, and then we'll see if we understand it. Next one of these, we're gonna have a foreman and a secretary. The secretary is going to keep track of the information for the jury as far as evidence goes. Like we do for grand jury. And we can also pull up the call that we think y'all are talking about, play a portion for it, and then y'all can confirm if that's what you want to hear. So there's a lot of information here.
If I was on the jury, I would say yes, I want all of it just for the hell of it. I don't know. I would be mean. We're watching his testimony while we're waiting for the jury to come back.
No, a lot of the lyrics he wrote, yeah, they're written. The first one's better of the two. Same lyrics, right? Two different songs. First one's better of the two. He wrote a lot of the lyrics.
Sorry, guys. Firefighting stuff. Oh. Y'all get to see my mess back here. I have to say, I sit in this chair for 8 to 15 hours a day sometimes, and it's still comfortable.
The raw data, we believe there was testimony as to the raw data, but what y'all received was a summary with slides of that, and y'all should have that in your, somewhere in your evidence. What's the witness name number? Okay, so we can do that. We have, because y'all have we have a copy of the index that we gave y'all somewhere around here. So if y'all have an issue like that, but again, you can say, can you tell us, you can give us in writing, can you tell us where this report is, or this document is, or this photograph? And that might be something we can get together, answer for you, and send back in writing to you what the exhibit number is. I know it's difficult. That's why we put the index together. All right, we believe we know our belief is that the other call you're wanting is the hour-long phone call. We'll play that for you in its entirety, and then there's another call you want. We will play that. Do you want to do other stuff before you listen to that? We're going to do the Pope interview now. If you want to discuss some other things before y'all listen to the call for an hour, if there's something else you want to review, and then review that at the same time. Go ahead. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and play the interview, and then we'll play the call. All right. Yeah, we need to flip. Thank you.
Now, for the record, this is Clarkson 1. I started at 1 hour and 28 minutes and 5 seconds and going to end it at 1 hour, 41 minutes and about 3 seconds.
Now, if there's a portion that you want, if there's something that you want replayed while we're doing it, just raise your hand and tell us. One thing I will say just in general is that although we have the ability to replay this evidence and these conversations, we don't have the ability to replay the other testimony. And there is a concern that you will then place more weight on certain things because you hear it more than once. But I will allow y'all to do that if you need it, if it helps you in going through the evidence. But I want to caution you that it's up to you to determine the comparative weight of the evidence and what you think is more or less important. And you should not place additional emphasis on something that you've heard more than once. All right?
Amen.
All right, Ms. Focus, go ahead.
Preach it.
It's taking us some time to get here, but in the interest of self-preservation, you know, you can either be in the witness box, or you can be at the defense table. He's ready to talk about that conversation, but I asked him this before, leading up to that conversation. Had she ever indicated anything to you? Had she ever asked, had she ever given you any inkling or any indication that she intended to do him harm?
No, I had never heard that. I promise you, I have never heard that.
Okay.
Before we start this, do you have any questions for me about anything?
No.
Can I just say a couple of things to you? Sure. It took us a while to get here, but nevertheless, that's just part of the business, and I want you to know that I understand your loyalty. And as I
Bye,
was
be
telling him,
safe.
it's quite refreshing because that's not present that much. But we did come up here for a purpose, and we came up here for this moment because not only do we believe it's a proper investigative technique, but we believe it's in your best interest. And as these things move out, sometimes they get ugly. And I think this is a situation that it might benefit you just to tell us about that. Also, I wanted to let you know what I told your lawyer, that I'm putting my name on the line too, because that's how confident I am in you and about what you're going to tell us. Okay. And through this process,
no
we don't
pressure.
want to do anything to surprise you. And we kind of view this as you coming on our side of the table. Okay. And it may be uncomfortable, but I think it's something that needs to be done for yourself.
I think a reluctant witness is a truthful witness.
I would say that's a very strong and accurate statement. So at this point now, do you mind if I take a phase and ask you?
Okay. You prepared to, I feel the best way to do this would be just to let you tell us what you want to tell us, and then if we have any questions at the end to fill in. Is that fair?
Yes.
Well, you don't remember when to call what, but you remember the call.
Yes, I couldn't tell you, I honestly could not tell you the number of calls, the length of the calls, the time of the calls.
Would you like some?
Well, would you like to just start?
I think a lot of this, I will tell you that I think a lot of y'all's trouble getting out of him is he's testifying from memory, and y'all know the details.
I understand that. So I don't think we actually need to go through the time. I think because I don't want you to think we're putting you in a situation where we're trying to trip you up at this point. Is that accurate,
Absolutely
sir?
not.
I want you to, could you maybe diagnose the first call that would be an interest to us, not the time or anything about what
I think there was only one conversation that is what you're looking for.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And it was the last conversation. Okay. And
Would it be safe to say there wasn't much talking after that?
no, that was the end of the conversation.
Okay.
And is that the last time you've spoken with her?
I know.
I talked to her. I talked to her every
Got a
day.
bad
I talked to her
point
every day.
coming
But
through.
again, every day was just every day.
So when let's talk about that conversation that you feel.
Probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said,
Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know. Okay. And that is everything, period. You discussed with her, period. She didn't say anything about nothing before, nothing since. When I talked to her after that, it was, you know, it was just like it was portrayed to y'all. We're looking for Gary. And did she say, okay, so there was we ain't gonna get the time. So there was a couple phone calls that, that was later than usual for y'all that night. Did she say anything about anything that was going on inside the house that night? Nothing between her. I mean, no. I mean, like I said, what we talked about, and I could not tell you any specific other than the horses were out and.
She did tell you that.
Yeah, that she had been out after the horses, and now I know.
You think that's why was that her excuse for calling you that late?
Probably she was up, she was awake, you know. Yeah. I mean, I didn't think anything about any of it until she said that, and then that's when I said. So I want you to know, though, I don't want you to think I'm tripping you up. If there's anything else, you know, this statement that you just gave us, in my opinion, is very damning for her. So there's no reason in holding back at this point.
No, then that's what this last.
If I'm going to give an ounce, I'm going to give a pound. That was all of it. That was all of it. That was everything that she said that had anything to do with whatever happened.
Well, that's pretty. I mean,
and I don't.
You got to admit
what
that's
happened.
pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know when happened or what happened.
And here's the thing: at the time that statement was made, you got to remember he wasn't even reported as missing.
I agree with you.
Right?
Me and him's gonna step out. And talk.
Yeah, sure.
1 second, okay.
You
I want you to know I appreciate. No, we're fine. I appreciate us getting to this point. Though. I'm gonna step outside and talk to him real quick.
Just that's your.
Just for the sake of attorney and client, our recorders are still going.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of people up here that wouldn't have reminded me of that.
I mean, did you freaked out? Yeah.
It was like
A surreal.
Yeah.
I've had things in this business that happens. I mean, while they were happening, I thought this can't really be happening. Kind of like.
Yeah. Yeah, I just couldn't, you know, I was like, what?
We're not holding back at this point.
No, that's it.
That's enough.
Well, that's it. That's all there is.
I mean, did you feel like any of this was built in? Looking back on it, those conversations.
No. No, I didn't see that coming at all. When the TBI showed up, I was just in shock because I was like, you know.
That would have been a couple of days after that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That would have been if she talked to you on Wednesday morning or Tuesday night, and they showed up at Friday afternoon.
The one for that day. We have specific ones for that day.
Yeah, but I'll explain it. You just say which ones you want.
If you explain it to me.
All right, so we'll go into specifics. I know you don't remember. Maybe this will help refresh your memory, okay?
And I want you to know we're not trying to end the specific time because sometimes it gets muddied up in it. And out of curiosity, were you actually on Tylenol PM or anything like that? You were? Okay. And Crown. And what?
Crown Royal.
Okay. Would you say you were intoxicated? Probably had been.
Were you groggy?
Yeah. So that day there was.
But I think he wants to make clear to y'all that this was pretty much the last thing in the conversation that was said. So he would have had time to.
But I'm not trying to say, I'm not trying to say you're lying because we're trying to build this foundation of trust because we have had situations where we kind of caught you
Well, and they don't want to get surprised at trial, you know, they don't want some lawyer picking up something that, and
Well, y'all want them to play the whole thing, is that right? Or no? Okay, all right. All right, that's all y'all want to hear? Okay.
I stopped it at 1 hour, 37 minutes, 3 seconds. 1 hour, 37 minutes and 3 seconds.
Okay. And then our conversation over here about the other phone call, we believe this is what y'all want. So, you got it.
Let's play the other one.
Yeah. Yo.
58 minutes and 52 seconds. Here it goes.
Hey, Bobby?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got him. He talked to him and called me back, said he had talked to him.
And?
He said he basically told Bobby that he was a much better attorney than him and it was a scare tactic, and we'll let it go at that.
Well, he said, Melody, if they were going to arrest him, they would have done it then. They don't come up and tell somebody they're going to arrest you. Which is true. I mean, when you wrap your head around it, that's true. And he said, Melody, they can't arrest him. The TBI is going to have to go. He said, somebody
They said
from there
that.
has.
They said that. They said that I would be arrested here, and then they would have to take me, extradite me to Georgia.
Right.
So, like Bobby said, then it hit the news here in Chattanooga and Nashville, and
right.
That's the first thing that's going to happen.
Okay, I don't know whether he told him this, but Manny said that you all need to get any information that proves that you were in town at that time. I said, well, that they had already gotten from a grocery store that you had been at. They had gotten the footage there because they even knew what you bought. He said they need to. He said because we're getting to the 30-day mark now, and he said it's going to roll off. He said you all need to get that footage and anything else that would prove that you were there. Not somebody's word, but a proof that you were in town.
Okay, I'll tell him that.
Do you know of anywhere else that you were besides Food Line?
Well, they've got a list that Bobby has a list of my credit card statements, baby.
Okay.
He's got a list of where I was at. I wrote down and made up a timeline, per day.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bullbutter.
Where I was, who I talked to, that kind of stuff. That
right.
From Monday to Thursday of that week, and Bobby has that.
Right. Right. Okay. So I didn't know what all he told him, but
I don't know. I don't know what he told him.
I don't know, but I have been right. But I've been upfront.
Fucking dying.
I know you are. So am I. So am I. But he said, Melody, think about this. He said, I know both of you all are freaking out. He said, but Melody, we were in your house. Nothing was glowing. They don't have anything. He said, it's a scare tactic. He said, I've got the report. There's nothing there, Melody. I said, okay. I said, I haven't seen the report. I don't.
All they were talking about was putting luminol on, on things, and that it had been, apparently been cleaned up, like, I was thinking, baby, did you get it cleaned up? Is it cleaned up? And then it's like, okay, he's been shot. Where's the gun?
Right. I asked Manny, I said, Manny, do you have a report from the GBI yet that says that he was shot? He said, nope, they're not turning it over. He said, so that makes me think that it's a lie too. He said, remember, they will lie to you. They will lie to me. They will lie to everybody. He said, Melody, and I tell you, there's no gunshot. There's no gunshot.
Well, there was.
I know that.
Oh, yeah.
Manny said, Melody, they are lying to you. So, what pic did they show Bobby any pictures today?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was of?
It was the ones of the looked like just walls. I mean, all I could tell was walls. I couldn't say. And it was like a picture of a wall, that had shit sprayed on it. I mean, I couldn't. And then there was a picture and like ashes of a bone that had a bullet in it.
Right. And I told him, I said, he said, right. He said, did they leave anything with Bobby? Do you know if they left anything with him?
I have no
Copies
idea.
of anything?
I don't know whether I'm coming, going, or done with.
Yeah. I know you don't.
I don't.
Did they show them to you?
Poor guy. He's true. That is so true.
Pick copies of these pictures.
Yeah,
So
that's what
true.
I said. I saw a picture of a wall or pictures of,
Poor baby.
a wall or walls.
Right.
And the stuff sprayed on and then had a black light. And
Okay.
floating.
Okay. I'll chat back.
What was that noise?
He said that more than like
It was
he said,
whispering.
he said, do you know anything about this Bobby Carter? I said, I don't. And he said, do you know if he's trained to look at that to know that what they're showing him is the truth? I said, I don't know that either. He said, Melody, they will also show pictures that have been altered. And they can do that. It's not illegal for them to do that.
Nothing.
He said, but Melody, remember, I had my investigators in there. There's nothing in that house. I said, I know that. I do know that. He said, I've got the report. Melody, there's nothing in there. I said, I understand that. He said, okay, then. Of course, he was like, I said, look, I don't do this. This is not my forte. That's why I'm calling you.
What is your forte, may I ask?
I don't know what the hell this is all about. I've never been in this position before. You're asking
Yeah,
questions.
I would guess she was older.
Right. Right. He said he wanted to know. He said, why did, right. He said, why did he get an attorney? I said, why did he get an attorney? I said, well, I said, his wife was a court reporter and he had lots of friends who were attorneys in town. And I said, he did not talk to them without a lawyer. And he said, okay. That was what, I mean, he was trying to get the whole, wrap his head around everything. I mean, he said,
Well, that
first
was
of all,
smart.
he
I wouldn't
said,
talk to
how
you
long did
without
they
an
stay?
attorney in that situation.
About 2 hours. And
I would not talk to them without an
Melody,
attorney.
I said, look, you can tell me all day long it's a scare tactic. He said, but I'm telling you how that they would have worked. He said, all they're doing is to try to get him to say something.
Yep. Ain't that true?
Where are you at now?
I'm sitting in the Planet Fitness parking lot with 9 million other cars.
Okay. When you've been to Martha Jane's house, did you take your truck over there?
Yeah.
See, she told me that she told me this morning, she said, well, I might not should tell you this, that Rusty hasn't been coming in his car. He's going and borrowing somebody else's car to come to my house.
I have driven my truck over there every time.
Well, I knew you had yours over there the other time.
Yeah. Yeah. I pull right up for the garage, just like always.
I thought, well, surely you would have told me that.
What
if you
difference
hadn't
would
been
that
taking
make?
your vehicle. I don't know, because she said you thought that you had been tailed over there, that you had a GPS on your truck, so that was why you weren't bringing your vehicle over there.
No, that's not true at all.
Okay.
No. You know when I've been there. And,
well, I do.
Yeah, so. there was nothing good about me going and checking on Martha.
Well, were they in the same vehicle that they were in the other day?
They all look alike. Yeah, I mean, it's one of them dark gray, blacked out, you know.
Right.
They are true about that.
Well,
That
the
is
other day
so
when they
true.
came, last Tuesday when they came, did they go all the way back to Chattanooga and then turn around and come back to Tullahoma?
I don't know.
You betcha they did.
Then Martha Jane told me, she said, well, they got all the way back to Chattanooga, that you had told her that they went all the way back to Chattanooga, thought of another question, and then turned around and came back and asked you that other question.
Wow, really?
Whether that's right or not, I really don't. That could have been. I don't remember.
I didn't think that there was enough time that had elapsed for them to drive all the way to Chattanooga and back.
Yeah, me neither.
Wow, y'all.
And I mean, Manny, I'm interested to see what he's telling Amanda. Of course, Manny is going, because I told him, he said, are your two idiot sons still talking to him? And I said, I don't know, Manny. He said, you know that they've got Scott's phone bugged? And I said, I do. And I said, and we've tried to tell him that. And he said, I'm not going to say that. I mean, he said, but I think that they think that Rusty probably knows something and that they can scare him into telling you. And I said, but Rusty doesn't know anything. He wasn't there.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, darling.
No, they verified that. I mean, they verified that I wasn't there.
They didn't like it.
I mean, they beat up on me on those 3 phone calls.
Right. Right.
Wow, y'all.
He said, all they're trying to do is scare you all. I said, no shit. Well, they're doing a good job of it.
The whole thing was, did you tell her anything? Did she tell you anything? That basically is, in a nutshell, that, that night, those 3
It's
phone
what
calls.
that they just repeatedly ask you today.
Yep.
Well, he asked me, he said,
Hey,
what
Haley
were the
Mouse.
questions that they asked him? And I said, oh, no, I don't know. I mean, I said that was
Ah, she
basically
looks
our
pretty damn
conversation
close
was,
to
hey,
that
they had
photo.
come and they had, I mean, and he said, did they leave a copy of that with Bobby?
That I don't know.
Well, that I don't know either.
Mm-hmm.
So that was what he said. They're trying to scare him. So I don't know what all he told Bobby about you not talking to him anymore or anything like that. He said, because the thing of it is he said, how long has he talked to him at each time? I said, oh gosh, I don't know. I mean, he said they've got somebody who's talking to him and he's the only one that's talking. That's why they're coming back and talking to him. He said, because not any of us are talking to him.
Well, like I told them, I don't have nothing to hide.
Right.
I wasn't there. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I don't know what happened. I talked to her that night. Yes, she called me 3 times. I talked to her that night. We just talked. It was just normal shit. How did they have all that going on, doing all that? And,
That's true.
all y'all are talking about is the horses and that kind of shit. I'm fucking scared.
Because there was nothing going on. Yeah.
That poor guy.
Nothing going on.
I didn't tell her nothing. She didn't tell me nothing.
Yeah, because there was nothing going on.
My fucking eyeballs are running that plumb out on the stem, baby.
I know it. I know.
Poor guy.
I know you were scared to death, and so am I.
Like I told Bobby, I didn't do anything, so why? Baby, are you sure the house is clean?
Baby, there's nothing in the house. I'm telling you, there's nothing in that house.
So whatever it was, if
Manny
he's
took his
involved,
investigator through that. We went through that entire house.
it's elsewhere.
There's nothing
If
in
I was
that
an
house.
investigator, I would have been back on that property
I
in
can
about
assure
a
you, there's
nanosecond.
nothing in that house.
I would have gotten me a
Here's the thing of it is, there was no gun.
how would you
There
know?
was no gun.
Okay. This is the damning phone call.
Because there was no gun in there.
Well, I don't mean just mean gun. I mean anything, everything. I mean the whole, blood, whatever.
Because there was none. The two pictures that he says that they have, which they had them marked on the wall. I mean, you could see where that they sprayed everything. Technically, there was 3 pictures. There was one right inside my front door because they had tape up, and you could see where that they had sprayed the wall. And it was like little sticky notes with like little numbers on it. And the marks are still there on the wall. I mean, they're very blatant. You could tell it's where somebody, like a dog, has come through and shook. I mean, they're tiny. I mean, we're talking the size of a lead in a pencil. That unless you don't see them on the wall, and if it hadn't been for the tape on the wall, I mean, the pinpointed, off, and you could see the stuff that they sprayed on the wall, to eliminate quote blood. Manny's guy came in. There's nothing there. They sprayed right up inside the basement door that comes up into my dining room. They sprayed that table. They sprayed the floor. They sprayed the door. They sprayed that. There's a piece that comes out. It's like a built-in cabinet and stuff there. They sprayed all that. They sprayed the floor. There was nothing on there. Nothing. Then they sprayed downstairs in the basement. There's a wall that separates, that kind of goes down there, that where you go around and go down the hall to the bedroom and the bathroom and all that kind of stuff. And then there's it's like where the stairwell goes down. They sprayed that entire wall. They sprayed the bar top, and they sprayed the floor all down there. There's nothing on it, nothing illuminated. So that's what they're talking about. That's the 3 places that they're talking about. And there was nothing on it because we were in there on Sunday. There was nothing there.
Was there anything in the 3 phone conversations about any of that? You and I, that night that they're talking about, that July the 3rd, that we talked 3 times, which to them was so out of the ordinary.
No.
What did we talk about?
We talked about fucking.
Which is our normal conversation.
Which is our normal conversation.
And
Our
I'm ready to
grandkids
get back
and
to it.
And Ella and Addie were coming, and I was going to Lake Lanier the next day, and you were going up to the lake with Andrea. That's all we talked about.
And that's what I said.
That's all we talked about.
Where are you?
But I honestly, in my gut feeling, I think that you are the only one that they've been able to, quote, talk to. I mean, they're not talking to anybody else, as far as I know. I mean, they could be talking to Kristen Scott every damn day, for all I know. But that's what I'm thinking, is that you are the only one that they're talking to, and they're trying to scare you into saying, hey, she did it. I mean, that's what Manny said. Do you trust him? I said, I trust him with my life. He said, then okay. He said, then.
Baby, do
you know,
you know who did it? Who killed
No, I do not. No,
him? Somebody killed him.
no, no,
Who could have done it?
I don't know. I mean, Chad said today, he said, Melody, Amanda and I on our way to go get pizza and coming home from getting pizza last night. He said, you know, we did it as outside person looking in, you know. He said, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Scott did it. He said that there's too many peculiarities when it comes to Scott. There's too many. But Manny's right. You're the only one that's talking to him still. So I don't know whether he told Bobby not for you all not to talk to them anymore.
So I haven't talked back to Boston yet.
I had wondered.
Maybe, do
'cause he
you
said that
think
he
if
was-
Scott did it, that would you have not heard it? Known it? I mean,
Okay, let me tell you this, and you tell me whether this is correct or not. Back some time ago, we had a goat that had to be put down. She had given birth. I had worked and worked and worked with her, and I finally got the little baby delivered, and of course it was stillborn. Well, she never really quit bleeding, and you know, whatever. And she was, I mean, you know, and Scott put her down, and he told me he was going to put her down. And I said, oh, let me leave. Let me, before you do that. I don't want to be here when you do that. Well, later on, he came over there and he said, well, I'm fixing to do away with that goat. And I said, you didn't put her down. He said, I walked up and put the gun right up to her. He said, and that way there is no noise. True or not true?
There would be noise. That's bull crap.
so I don't know.
Well, we're not going to Google it.
No. No, I have never done that.
So that's what makes me wonder. Of course, now on the flip side to that, there was enough fireworks and stuff going off that night into, well after midnight. And probably they were still going off at 1 o'clock in the morning. People shooting fireworks and stuff. Now, if I'm upstairs in like my, you know, the upstairs bathroom, you know, and stuff, you can't hear anything up there.
Well, do you know where you were when you talked to me?
Upstairs.
I was in bed. I know where I was at.
Right. No, because I had taken the sheets off of Ellen Addie's, the big bed up there, because when Emily and Amanda and them, when Emily and Chris and Olivia had been there, I had slept upstairs, me and the dogs had. So, and I had just made that bed back. And I had gone up there and had stripped off the sheets and had put clean sheets. I was putting clean sheets and stuff on the bed up there. Of course, I was nasty from being outside, you know, all day working and stuff. I had, you know, took a bath up there. I mean, you know, I vacuumed upstairs, all that kind of stuff. Of course, Manny still believes that there is no gunshot. He thinks that that's all coming from the fact that Scott told him there was a missing gun. Which Manny wanted to know. He said, have they asked in any of this time to see any of your guns?
No.
Not yet.
They just asked if I knew that all my guns were in place, and I said, yes, they are. And they are. I checked every one of them.
He said if they had thought that there was a gunshot, he said they would be taking his guns and at least looking at them. said, well, they're doing a good job of scaring the shit out of us.
I can't even fucking breathe.
So I don't think I breathed from the time that you
Good day to
called
have
and
your
said you're
heart
going
checked,
down.
isn't it?
Seriously. Hell, I think we're having ours checked on a, how did they end it? I'm asking all these questions so when I talk to Manny again that I can tell him what did they, Did they just get up and walk out? What did they do?
They said they would see me soon.
How were they dressed today?
Polo shirts.
Were they the Cherokee County ones?
Yeah, it's the same two guys.
Okay. Well, I didn't know whether they would have on just,
The last
What
time they
the
had on,
Cherokee County
they
is?
had on suits. These were polo.
Right.
Oh yeah, they had like an embroidered badge, I guess, on their polo shirts.
Right.
Stop, hold on.
But like I said,
Yeah.
What do y'all think? Now that we've heard that phone call again. What are y'all's opinion on this recording? I'm working hard on this commercial, y'all. She's in commercial guilty. No mic drop moment, but I haven't seen the person. Yeah, there's some pretty condemning audio recordings. What is that? Look at the judge's face. Toy, that's two. Y'all. Mm-mm. That's not what I wanted. Facts. That's what I want. Wholesale. I'm so excited to have this tea company. I'm looking forward to it. You're allowed 2 deletes on YouTube chat. That's it. Is that all? Really? Hey, Haley. Oh, yeah, we can do that. Mm. Mm.
If y'all wanting that specific information, but it's on the call log, so you can show that. The portion of the phone call that I believe y'all want is later in the phone call, but we were gonna play the whole call. So y'all want to keep listening to it? Or do y'all want to try to skip ahead to a portion of it?
Skip ahead.
All right. Y'all want to? Oh, that's fine. Y'all can step out, and then when y'all are all ready, come back in. That's fine. Y'all want us to try to find that portion of the call? Okay. All right. They're interested in that specific portion that you played in your closing.
This judge is super relaxed. Oh, what a blessing. Thank you. Mm. Should have cropped it before, but I didn't. Hmm. It's not going to work. I'm probably a minority, but I'm understated. But they do not prove it, not to me anyway, of course. See, that's what I was saying in my car ride on the way home yesterday. I was explaining the fact that, unfortunately, they did not, I believe, prove beyond reasonable doubt. Now, that said, do I believe that she's not involved? Yes, I believe it has been involved. There is an involvement, but do they have enough to convict her for the crime in which she's being charged? No. Do I think they may have charged her wrong? Yes. Do I think if they charged her with something else, it was possible? Yes, in my humble opinion. And it ain't worth much. Just saying. Mm. I'm just, y'all waiting. Let's go over to the other. We're going to get back over to this. And here we go.
You were trying to wait to see if any charges were taken out. So you didn't have to reveal to your lover that you actually told law enforcement. She did tell me on July 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning, that he was in the burn pile. You just didn't want to have to tell her that, right?
No, that's not correct.
But you did wait until to see if she got arrested and until it came out in evidence that you actually were cooperating with law enforcement, right?
Under advisement of my attorney.
And then when you, in the prelim, when it came out that you did, when Detective Hayes testified that you told them back in July 2018 that she told you Gary's in the burn pile, when that information came out, this was the phone call afterwards. Is that correct?
Say that again.
In the preliminary hearing, when it was revealed that you did tell law enforcement that the defendant told you Gary's in the burn pile, this is the conversation that you had with the defendant after that came out in court, correct?
I would assume yes, because you've got the dates. So,
and in this conversation on the call that we just listened to, you were very concerned that she was going to be upset with you for what you told law enforcement about the burn pile, correct?
correct,
You were concerned that she was going to stop talking to you, correct?
correct,
And you were concerned that she was going to end the relationship with you, and you didn't want that to happen, right?
right,
And then she tells you that Amanda is very concerned over this, right?
yes,
Because Amanda got really upset because she did not know that you had told law enforcement that that the defendant, her mother, told you that Gary was in the burn pile. Is that right?
right.
And so after this, you actually had to go talk to Amanda and Chad. Is that right?
They came to Tullahoma, if I'm not mistaken. They came to Tullahoma to get Melody's belongings, and that's when we had the conversation.
But you had to sit down with them and explain to them why you told law enforcement that the defendant told you that Gary was in the burn pile back in July 4th of 2018, right?
Yes,
And you're not disputing that you said those words in July 24, 2018. You said that the defendant told me Gary's in the burn pile.
Yes.
You said that, correct?
I did.
That happened in time. It's something you said.
It did.
But what you're telling the jury is that you were treated in such a manner that you were so scared, and that's why you said it back in July of 2018.
Yes,
That the way law enforcement was treating you, the context, the circumstances of that interview were such a degree that you lost the faculty to control what you were saying, right?
that's exactly right.
That it was, quote, duress, is what you said in this phone call, correct?
Yes,
But you will agree with me back in July, the 24th of 2018, in that same conversation with law enforcement, you sat there with them for hours, right?
I don't know how long we were there, but
You can't remember how long you were there, right?
No.
You can't remember all the details, is that correct?
No.
But yet you can remember in June of 2019 saying, I misspoke. She said that some other date after the event. It wasn't on July 4th.
I remember that because Bobby Carter, my attorney, and I talked about it nonstop for however many months that was. So it wasn't a, miraculous thought. It was an ongoing conversation from day one.
So what we have is, you have one statement that you gave on July 24th of 2018 that the defendant admitted to you, a statement that she knew that she put that Gary was in the burn pile. We have that statement that you made, correct?
You do.
And then there's another statement almost a year later in June 25th of 2019, where you say, I recant that. She said that some other time, right?
That's correct.
But when you're talking to them in July of 2018, the 24th, when you're talking to them and saying Gary's in the burn pile, you're able to communicate with them and use complete sentences, right? You're talking freely, correct?
I was talking freely, yes.
Are you saying that you didn't have the ability to talk?
No, I had the ability to talk. You heard the words.
And you're saying that during this time, you agreed with me at parts during this interview that you would actually, y'all would joke and have candy and we're sharing candy on the 24th, right?
I'm guessing that was the same time. I don't know. Was that the strawberry one?
The watermelon?
Yeah.
And that
watermelon.
would have been after the statement about the burn pile, right?
I don't know. Was it?
You don't remember?
No, sir.
So you agree with me that the defendant was worried about you talking and saying things, right?
Yes.
And she did tell you to stop talking to law enforcement and not saying things.
Yes.
Isn't that true?
Yes.
You listened to another phone call, call 16, that was on July 8th of 2019. It was a conversation between you and the defendant in my office. You remember that? The second conversation that you listened to today.
Yes.
And that was a fair and accurate recording of a conversation between you and the defendant.
Yes.
There's this time I tendered evidence, call 16. Call 16. It is only 5 minutes and 5 seconds, I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed. Your call has been accepted.
Sorry,
Region?
just got through unloading the machine.
Wait.
You all right?
No.
What's wrong?
Well, like a long time ago, I said stop talking.
Right.
I haven't done anything.
I know that, darling.
But somehow or the other, what you keep talking about, you're going to single-handedly hang me.
I have not said anything other than the one time that I have retracted that, and they failed to show that retraction. I haven't said anything else. Because there was nothing else to say. There wasn't even that to say.
Well, what about a phone?
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay. I got another, blast. So, just making sure that you understand.
I do, baby, but there's nothing. You didn't do anything wrong. I haven't done anything wrong. But there's nothing wrong with us talking.
I understand that.
And there's nothing wrong with us talking because there's nothing to talk about.
Exactly.
There's nothing to talk about. Yeah. So,
But I'm asking you to, if you get a visit,
I'm trying to get an appointment with Bobby.
thank you. Y'all need to get in touch with people here.
Yes. Yeah, that was my goal. I wanted him to talk to your guy.
Yeah, please.
Yes.
That's got a handle on that.
You know, the press took the one statement that was made out of fear, and they didn't pick up on the retraction of it. So that obviously hasn't helped.
Well, Amanda is now really upset, so I'm related.
Yeah. I tried to call her and she didn't answer, so I wondered what was up.
Did you ever talk to MJ?
I did.
She okay?
Yes.
Where was she yesterday?
I don't know. I just told her I'd come by and she wasn't there. So she didn't know where she was. She'd been out of the room. So I tried to call her after you and I talked, and she didn't answer. And then she did finally call me back. And she said then she was in the bathroom. I told her I'd been by and she wasn't there.
All right. I get to go. Today's kind of an odd day, so please, if you get up in here,
Yes. Promise.
if you can get some things handled with
Yes.
my people.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Paul,
I love you. Bye.
be careful.
You too.
I love you.
I love you. I'm on both body right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to just at a stopping point, maybe 5 more minutes if that's all right.
All right.
Rusty, can you hear me?
Yes.
What I want to do is, there's a lot of stress in these matters, in these cases, is that right?
Yes.
So let me do this. Let me just add a little bit more light than heat. So let me take it down just a little bit. Did you hear on this phone call on July 8th of 2019, while the defendant's in jail, she said about 1:15. I have not said anything other. Right before that, she says about 1:15 roughly 7. But some type or other, let you keep talking about you're going to single-handedly hang me. Did you hear say that?
Yes.
And then y'all started talking about that one conversation that you retracted, right?
Right.
And that one conversation was the one that you made in your attorney's office on July 24th of 2018, right?
Right.
Are you a reasonable person? You try to be reasonable.
I would think so.
You would agree with me, would you not, that when you made this statement in July about the defendant telling you Gary's in the burn pile, when you made that statement, you and your attorney, very good attorney, Mr. Carter, had huddled up just you two for about 30 minutes to discuss what you were going to say, right?
We went back into Bobby's office and Bobby was trying to talk me off the ledge. I was flipping out. And he was not expecting me to say that when I came back in.
But you were with your attorney, right?
Yes.
And you were paying your attorney, correct?
I was.
And you had 30 minutes or more to sit there and discuss what you were about to go do, right?
That whole 30 minutes was not what I was about to do. It was what I was just talking, I was so distraught that it wasn't even making sense. And he was trying to get me to calm down.
And you would agree with me that you then went back out knowing law enforcement was trying to get more information from you about what y'all talked about on the phone that night of the 4th. And then you said he's in the burn pile.
That's correct.
And you agree with me that the defendant in this jail call was very concerned with you talking, right?
Yes.
And the words she used were single-handedly hang me.
Yes.
That's not what an innocent person says, is it?
That I don't know. Who? What she said or what I said?
What she said.
Well, I guess if you were locked up and somebody had said something against you, you'd probably say that too.
Because if the jury believes what you said on July 24th, that she had knowledge that he was in the burn pile, she's guilty of murder, right? If it's true.
Then comment on that one.
Because you don't want to comment, do you?
No.
Judge, if we could stop here today, I'll pick back up.
All right. Afternoon or recess for the day. All right. We'll, you got more questions for him in the morning or you?
I may not, Judge.
All right.
I
You're on.
do have some legal arguments I'd like to take to the courthouse.
All right. All right. We'll start back at 9. Remember, tomorrow we're going to break 11:40-ish. All right. Remember, don't look up anything. Don't Google anything. Don't read the newspaper, although I read what I think the newspaper article, if you get the free paper that gets mailed to you, it's just recanting what's happened in the courtroom, but let's don't look at it anyway. All right. Y'all can be excused.
What do you think? Oh my gosh, y'all. I know I'm having to deal with the situation over here. I'm not in a good place right now, honestly.
Oh, you're fine? All right. Anything else?
Judge, I do have, want to take up that issue. I understand the court's ruling. I'm not trying to go back on the court's ruling. I just think that I asked the court to consider that we can argue before he comes. We take back up in the morning. Not the past recollection recorded, not necessarily just the prior inconsistent statement. I think it also, I need to play it for the context to show whether or not he was actually under duress and how.
Okay, something was going on. Let's see what I think the jury's gonna break for the day, maybe. I don't know.
Like Amanda said, I think that that Scott had the perfect.
Wait a minute. We did this, right?
Put that index together.
All right, we believe we know our belief is that the other call you're wanting is that.
And I said, I walked out there.
Okay, something's going
It
down.
was about 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. And now I'm playing it from timestamp 43:56. At the request of the jury.
We need to be on the same page.
Okay.
All right. And so I don't want to be confused. But I remember you telling me he's on the burn pile.
Mm-hmm.
Were you lying about Scott? Scott, I mean, just you think what? And I don't. You tell me what happened.
I can tell you that there should not have been as much damage as there was done.
I don't know what that means.
That body should not have been burned up.
So, who burned it up?
I think Scott did.
Okay.
I think Scott did. Like Amanda said, I think that that Scott had the perfect crime, the perfect whatever, the perfect,
Except you saw him there, so did you try to not get Scott in trouble?
No. I'm not covering for Scott. No, and I told them everything that I have just told you, that, because that's what that they started in. You're covering for Scott. I said, look, I don't know anything, I saw Scott come in that night. He said, do you know if he had been there, I don't know, because I said, I don't even know what time it was that Scott came in. I said, because you've got my phone. So I don't know what time it is that I talked to Scott. He said, what did Scott, do you know what Scott did from the time he came home until, I said, because he called me about 6:30 the next day and said he was at the house and for me to open up the front door. And I said, I walked out front, and I said, I opened up the front door, and I said, then I went to my truck that was in the garage, got my debit card, and handed it to him.
Right. What I'm saying is that night, the 3rd, that we supposedly talked, so much, and you said he was on the burn pile. Were you just trying to cover for Scott or what?
No.
Okay.
Now, I honestly don't know what Scott did or anything. I don't know. Do I have speculation? Yes, I do.
Okay. So, did you tell me that night, the 3rd, that he was on the burn pile?
I don't remember. I think all that I remember saying to you was that Gary has started the burn pile.
Okay. So, and I don't remember. I was trying to put it all together, and that was what I was coming up with. But I don't remember what was said about Gary because I had had some drinks and I had had some Apple PM, and like I said, we talked normal stuff, and I listened, and
right,
it was kind of in and out.
Did you ever tell them that you had drinks and
yeah,
Apple PM? Okay. Well, I guess the thing of it is, like Minnie said, don't give them any more information than, of course, they're not gonna be talking to me. So that's the thing of it is, as Minnie said, he's the only one that's talking to him. Well, we think that he's the only one that's talking to him because not any of, us are supposed to be, talking to him. So, he said that's why that they're, Are you still sitting at Planet Fitness?
I am.
Have you driven back to town to, well, I would think if they'd shown back up that Bobby would have called you. Were they sitting in his office when you got there?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and stop. All right, anything else?
Just get 2 minutes. Just
Okay.
to make sure we're good.
All right, that's fine. Y'all step out and don't need something else. We'll stay right here.
Okay, everybody, I need to take a break. I have to fix something that's technical going on in the background. So y'all use this as a stretch break. I'll put on some music and I will return very shortly, but this is something I cannot delay. Thank you so much.
3354. I can't get it for 59. I can't get it there.
Listen to me. Okay. We need to be on the same page.
Okay.
All right? So, I don't want to be confused. But I remember you telling me he's on the phone line. You lying about Scott? Scott, I mean, you think what? I don't. You tell me what.
I can tell you that there should not have been as much damage as there was done.
I don't know what that means.
That body should not have been burned up.
So, who burned it up?
I think Scott did.
Okay.
I think Scott did. Like Amanda said, I think that that Scott had the perfect crime, the perfect whatever, the perfect, you know.
Except you saw him there, so did you try to not get Scott in trouble?
No. I'm not covering for Scott. No, and I told them everything that I have just told you, that, you know, because that's what they started in. You're covering for Scott. I said, look, I don't know anything, you know. I saw Scott come in that night. He said, do you know if he had been there, you know? I don't know, because I said, I don't even know what time it was that Scott came in. I said, because you've got my phone. So I don't know what time it is that I talked to Scott. He said, well, do you know what Scott did from the time he came home until, I said, because he called me about 6:30 the next day and said he was at the house and for me to open up the front door. And I said, I walked out front, and I said, I opened up the front door, and I said, then I went to my truck that was in the garage, got my debit card, and handed it to him.
Right. What I'm saying is that night, the 3rd, that we supposedly talked, you know, so much, and you said he was on the burn pile. Were you just trying to cover for Scott, or what?
No.
Okay.
Now, I honestly don't know what Scott did or anything. I don't know. Do I have speculation? Yes, I do.
Okay. So, did you tell me that night, the 3rd, that he was on the burn pile?
I don't remember. I think all that I remember saying to you was that Gary has started the burn pile.
Okay. So, and I don't remember. I was trying to put it all together, and that was what I was coming up with, but I don't remember what was said about Gary, because I had had some drinks, and I had some Advil PM, and, you know, like I said, we talked normal stuff, and I listened, and
right,
it was kind of in and out.
Did you ever tell them that you had had drinks and Advil PM? Okay. Okay. Well, I guess the thing of it is, like Nanny said, don't give them any more information than, of course, they're not gonna be talking to me.
All right, anything else? All right, before y'all break, I want to remind y'all that I told the lawyers, are y'all wanting to cut off at 4 too? All right, perfect. So, all right, y'all can be excused back to the jury room. All right, we kind of got a little loosey-goosey there. You want to have any objections to what we did?
I don't think it was a better way to do it.
All right.
I was gonna say loosey-goosey now.
Okay. That's a legal term. All right. We'll be in recess.
turned my mic off. I apologize in two different places. How are y'all doing? I'm Hey, Mouse, just gonna pop on over to Trial TV to give them a like and say hi. Thank you so much for supporting them. They are fabulous. We enjoy them and appreciate their feed. Sneaky, how's the weather? It's 80 degrees here today. Yep, it's in the 80s. We were talking about the weather over there in Canada versus here yesterday. Yeah, I believe it's going to be a guilty or a hung, but I believe it's going to be a hung. There's so much he said, she said here. It's not even funny. Hey guys, I'm sorry I have to call back off again because, well, no, wait, let me do this. Let me get the Rusty day, the next day of Rusty up and going because it gets even more hairy on this day too. So let me get that up and going. Give me a split second. Sorry, my bad. I have to keep track who's doing what. There we go. Okay, here we go, guys. Here it is. Let me zoom. Get Rusty back on the stand, y'all. This is when things get a little, if I remember correctly, it gets really interesting on this. So y'all got to watch it.
And that's you.
That's me.
We got it.
Okay.
Before we start this, do you have any questions for me about anything?
No.
Can I just say a couple of things to you?
Sure.
That's Sergeant Pope.
Pope, yes.
Took us a while to get here, but nevertheless, that's just part of the business, and I want you to know that I understand your loyalty. And as I was telling him, it's quite refreshing because that's not present that much. But we did come up here for a purpose, and we came up here for this moment because not only do we believe it's a proper investigative technique, but we believe it's in your best interest. And as these things move out, sometimes they get ugly. And I think this is a situation that it might benefit you just to tell us about that. Also, I wanted to let you know what I told your lawyer, that I'm putting my name on the line too, because that's how confident I am in you and about what you're going to tell us. Okay. And through this process, we're not going to do anything to surprise you. And we kind of view this as you coming on our side of the table. Okay. And it may be uncomfortable, but I think it's something that needs to be done for yourself.
I think a reluctant witness is a truthful witness.
I would say that's a very strong and accurate statement. So at this point now, do you mind if Detective Hayes asked you? Okay.
Okay. Are you prepared to? I feel the best way to do this would be just to let you tell us what you want to tell us, and then if we have any questions at the end to fill in.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Well, you don't remember when the call was, but you remember the call.
Yes, I couldn't tell you, I honestly could not tell you the number of calls, the length of the calls, the time of the calls.
Would you like some?
Well, would you like to just start?
I think a lot of this, I will tell you that I think a lot of y'all's trouble getting out of him is he's testifying from memory And y'all know the details of his
I
life. a lot
understand
better than he
that.
does.
So I don't think we actually need to go through the time. I think, because I don't want you to think we're putting you in a situation where we're trying to trip you up at this
No.
point. Is that accurate,
Absolutely
sir?
not.
I want you to,
Right.
could you maybe diagnose the first call that would be an interest to us, not the time or anything about what
I
happened?
think there was only one conversation that is what you're looking for,
Okay,
okay?
okay,
And it was the last conversation.
okay.
And
It would be safe to say there wasn't much talking after that.
no, that was the end of the
Okay.
conversation.
Okay,
And
so,
is that the last time you've spoken with her? No.
No,
we
but I
just
talked to her, I talked to her I talked to her every day, but again, every day was just
Yeah.
every day.
So when let's talk about that conversation that you feel was.
Probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
Okay.
And that is everything,
That
period,
you discussed with her.
period.
She didn't say anything about.
Nothing before,
else?
nothing since. When I talked to her after that, it was, it was just like it was portrayed to y'all. We're looking for Gary and.
Did she say, okay, so there was we ain't gonna get the time, so there was a couple phone calls that, there was a couple of phone calls that was later than usual for y'all that night. Did she say anything about anything that was going on inside the house that night? Nothing between her?
I mean, no, like I said, what we talked about, and I could not tell you any specific other than the horses were out and,
She did tell you that.
yeah, that she had been out after the horses and,
Now, I know.
You think that's why was that her excuse for calling you that late?
probably she was up, she was awake, yeah. I mean, I didn't think anything about any of it until she said that. And then that's when I said,
So I want you to know, though, I don't want you to think I'm tripping you up. If there's anything else, this statement that you just gave us, in my opinion, is very damning for her. So there's no reason in holding back at this point.
No, then that's what this last.
if I'm going to give an ounce, I'm going to give a pound. That was all of it.
That was all of
That was everything that she said that had anything to do with whatever happened.
But that's pretty, I mean.
And I don't
You gotta
know
admit,
what
that's pretty
happened.
good.
Yeah.
I don't know when happened or what happened.
And here's the thing,
But
at the time that statement was made, you got to remember, he wasn't even reported as missing.
I agree with you.
Right.
Me and him's gonna step out and talk.
Yeah, sure.
1 second, okay?
You don't
One,
want
I
us
want
to
you to know, I appreciate, no, we're fine with, I appreciate us getting to this point, though. I'm gonna step outside and talk to him real quick.
I mean, that's your.
Just for the sake of attorney and client, our recorders are still going.
No, thanks.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of people up here that wouldn't have reminded me of that. I mean, did you freak out? You freaked out. Yeah.
It was like,
A surreal.
yeah.
I've had things in this business that happens. I mean, while they were happening, I thought this can't really be happening, kind of like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just couldn't, I was like, what?
We're not holding back at this point.
No, that's it.
That's enough.
Well, that's it. That's all there is.
I mean, did you feel like any of this was building? Looking back on it, those conversations.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. No, I didn't see that coming at all. And literally when the TBI showed up, I was just in shock because I was like,
That would have been a couple of days after that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That would have been, if she talked to you on Wednesday morning or Tuesday night, and they showed up at Friday afternoon.
The one for that day. Do we have a specific ones for that day?
Yeah, I'll explain it. You just say which ones you want.
If you explain it to me.
All right, so
We'll go into specifics. I know you don't remember. Maybe this will help refresh your memory, okay?
And I want you to know, we're not trying to.
We're not trying to.
In the, like the specific time, because sometimes it gets muddied up in it. And well, out of curiosity, were you actually on Tylenol PM or anything like that? You were? Okay.
And Crown.
And what?
Crown.
Crown Royal.
Okay. Would you say you were intoxicated?
Well, probably had been.
Were you groggy?
Yeah.
So that day there was.
But I think he wants to make clear to y'all that this was pretty much the last thing in the conversation that was said.
That was,
so he would have had time to.
But I'm not trying to say, I'm not trying to say you're lying, because we're trying to build this foundation of trust, because we have had situations where we kind of caught you and.
Well, and they don't want to get surprised at trial. They don't want some lawyer picking up something that at an angle that they've not covered with you.
You know what I'm saying? So was there anything else? Did she say, I hit him with an axe or?
No. And I told Bobby, I said, I don't know. She didn't say anything about
the mechanics.
How, what, when, where,
so
nothing. Who?
When the TBI came up here to your door,
I was in shock.
But you were certain that Melody had murdered him.
Well, I'm still not certain, but.
But she had knowledge.
The indicators were now, that.
I think the way you described this to me is it was almost surreal.
Yeah.
Like this is really happening.
Yeah.
Natural human curiosity, though, tells anyone that hears that statement that the logical next step is, what do you mean? Not, whoa, don't tell me nothing.
Okay, guys, their live is down, and I'm here, but dealing with something. Sometimes you got to do something, deal with something you don't want to. So, but everything's good. We're all good. So what we're going to do is their live is done. See, done. They're going to be coming back tomorrow. I will be with my mom tomorrow, but we'll have it up and running. Don't worry. We'll be here. And tonight at 7:00, we're going to be doing our Halloween. So I got to shut this live down at 7:00. I'll be back. I'll be doing some makeup, probably Day of the Dead. I don't know. I'll figure something out. And we'll have a good time. And I'll be giving away our tumblers. I may get in a good mood and give 2 away. We'll see. But in the meantime, y'all have a fabulous afternoon. Thank you so much for watching. Y'all rocking it. I can't wait to see you. Uh-oh, wait a minute. They came back on. Oh, that's Young Thug. No, we don't. No, thank you. We don't want that. So thank you, everybody, for joining. We appreciate you so much. And hopefully we'll get either a hung jury or decision tomorrow. Thanks all my mods for hopping on and helping out. Y'all be blessed. If I don't see you until tomorrow, have a safe and happy Halloween. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.